The distress signal beamed across the void for 17 races to hear, but only humans answered. Deep Space Monitoring Station Argus detected the anomalous transmission on April 17, 2187. The station's quantum arrays, designed to sift through the cosmic background radiation for signs of intelligent life, flagged the signal as Priority 1. It originated from Kepler 186f, a potentially habitable exoplanet 490 light-years from Earth. Dylan Ross rubbed his tired eyes as he stared at the stream of data scrolling across his terminal. At 34, the former military communications specialist still maintained the high-and-tight haircut from his service days, though flecks of gray now peppered his dark hair. 3 weeks of intensive analysis had yielded results that made his pulse quicken. "Director Chen, I've confirmed it," Dylan said, his voice steady despite his excitement. "This isn't random noise or stellar interference. The signal contains embedded prime number sequences, the value of pi to 1,000 decimal places, and mathematical constants that couldn't occur naturally." Director Chen leaned over his shoulder, her brow furrowed. "You're certain?" "Yes, and there's more." Dylan pulled up a secondary analysis screen. "I've decoded enough to understand what we're hearing. It's a distress call from a species calling themselves the Remans. Their planet was hit by multiple asteroid impacts, billions dead, infrastructure destroyed. They're facing extinction." The United Earth Space Command convened an emergency session within hours. Dylan stood before the 12-member council, presenting his findings with clinical precision. The Remans had sent identical distress calls to 17 spacefaring civilizations. All had received the message. All had understood it. None had responded. The Galactic Confederation cited their non-interference doctrine, Dylan explained. The Zularian Empire claimed insufficient resources despite having a fleet of rescue vessels. The Tarlac Directorate simply stated that the Remans were not their concern. Admiral Yamamoto, head of the UESC, leaned forward. "And you believe we should intervene when 17 advanced civilizations have chosen not to?" "I do," Dylan replied without hesitation. "If Earth faced extinction tomorrow, we'd want someone to answer our call. We have the colony ship Prometheus. It can be retrofitted for rescue operations." The council chamber erupted in debate. Arguments about resources, risk assessment, and political implications filled the air. Dylan stood silently, watching the back and forth until Admiral Yamamoto called for a vote, 7-5 in favor of intervention. The Prometheus underwent an emergency refit. Life support systems expanded, medical facilities enhanced, cargo holds converted to refugee housing. Dylan volunteered immediately and received appointment as communications officer due to his unique understanding of the Reman signal patterns. The ship launched 3 weeks later with 142 specialists aboard the minimum crew needed to operate the vessel and assist survivors. The Prometheus carried supplies for up to 10,000 refugees, though intelligence suggested they'd find far fewer survivors. 6 months into their journey, while the crew rested in cryosleep, disaster struck. The ship's automated systems detected a previously unmapped gravitational anomaly, likely a small black hole. Emergency protocols engaged, but not before the distortion damaged their quantum drive. The journey time doubled, and with it, the consumption of vital resources. When the Prometheus finally reached Kepler 186f, the crew awoke to a grim sight. The once-thriving Reman civilization lay in ruins. Massive impact craters dotted the planet's surface. Atmosphere sensors detected dangerous levels of particulate matter still clouding the skies years after impact. Scans located approximately 800 life signs concentrated in underground bunkers near the equator. The largest shelter housed a command center, where a Reman named Zara served as emergency response coordinator. When the communication link established, Zara's multifaceted eyes widened in disbelief at the human faces on her screen. She had sent the call 3 years ago by her time. After the 17th rejection, she had abandoned hope, continuing her duties only to provide comfort to the survivors in their final days. "You came," she said simply, her translated voice containing both wonder and confusion. "Why did you come when no others would?" Dylan looked at the alien coordinator, noting the exhaustion in her posture and the desperation in her eyes. "Because that's what humans do," he replied. As Captain Reeves reviewed their situation, the harsh reality became clear. The Remans had days of life support remaining. The damaged Prometheus lacked the capacity to evacuate everyone while retaining enough resources for the return journey. What had begun as a rescue mission now transformed into an impossible choice. The senior officers of the Prometheus gathered in the cramped tactical room, the fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows across their faces. Captain Marcus Delaney stood at the head of the table, his weathered features set in unbreakable spirit. At 4 to 5, the captain had navigated countless crises throughout his career, but nothing had prepared him for this impossible scenario. "Let's assess our situation," Delaney said, his baritone voice cutting through the tension. "Dr. Tanaka, your report on the ship's Dr. Tuss." Dr. Hiroshi Tanaka, the ship's chief engineer, projected a 3-dimensional schematic of the Prometheus. Red warning indicators flashed across multiple systems. "The gravitational anomaly did more damage than our initial diagnostics revealed," Tanaka said, his fingers manipulating the holographic display to highlight the affected areas. "The quantum drive will function for our return journey, but at reduced efficiency. More concerning is the complete failure of our long-range communication array." "Can it be repaired?" Delaney asked. Tanaka shook his head. "The primary resonance crystals shattered. We have no replacements on board." He paused, letting the implication sink in. "We cannot contact Earth for additional support." Ethical Officer Dr. Ethan Wells leaned forward. "Captain, I've analyzed the preliminary biological data on the Remans. While humanoid, their physiological requirements differ significantly from ours. They require a higher nitrogen content in their breathing air, and their nutritional needs include trace elements not found in our supplies." "How does this impact our rescue capacity?" Delaney asked. "Even with stringent rationing and reconfiguring our life support systems, the Prometheus can sustain no more than 500 additional passengers for the return journey," Wells replied. Dylan studied the faces around the table as the reality settled upon them all. 800 survivors, room for 500. "That leaves 300 Remans behind," Dylan said, voicing what everyone was thinking. The tactical room fell silent. Each officer contemplated the arithmetic of death. Dylan cleared his throat. "What about using the 3D manufacturing facilities?" "We could construct Doctor, now life support pods." Dr. Tanaka nodded. "Possible, but our raw material reserves are limited. We might create capacity for another 50, perhaps 70 individuals at most." Captain Delaney's eyes narrowed. "Implement that immediately, Doctor. Every life matters." He looked around the table. "I want options, people, all of them. No matter how unlikely or risky they might seem." 2 shuttlecraft descended through Kepler 186f's contaminated atmosphere. Through the viewport, Dylan watched the devastated landscape come into focus. Massive impact craters scarred the surface like open wounds. The ash-gray sky created a perpetual twilight, with particulate matter reflecting the light of the planet's distant sun. The shuttles landed near the main Reman shelter, and Dylan stepped onto alien soil for the first time. The air, even filtered through his mask, carried the acrid scent of destruction. Once magnificent Reman structures jutted from the ground at odd angles, twisted spires of alien architecture reaching skyward like broken fingers grasping for escape. Zara greeted them at the entrance to the underground complex, her movements more fluid and graceful than the video transmissions had suggested. Up close, Dylan noted the subtle iridescence of her scaled skin and the complex structure of her multifaceted eyes. "Welcome to what remains of Kepler City," she said, her translated voice emanating from the communication device at her throat. Captain Delaney stepped forward. "On behalf of humanity, we extend our sincere condolences for your losses. Words of sympathy are welcome, but action is what we required," came a deeper voice from behind Zara. An older male Reman emerged from the shadows, his silver-scaled skin bearing distinctive burn patterns that had healed into permanent scars. The translator identified him as Elder Kevin, leader of the Reman Council of Survivors. "An action is what we've brought," Delaney replied evenly. "We've come to evacuate as many of your people as possible." Kevin's eyes narrowed. "Others came before you. They promised assistance but took instead." He gestured for the humans to follow him deeper into the complex. As they walked, Kevin explained, "The Voraxians stripped our navigation systems from the wreckage of our orbital stations. The Centauri Confederation salvaged our quantum computers, the Trell Empire." His voice faltered momentarily. "They forcibly removed 50 of our healthiest citizens for labor on their mining colonies." Dylan exchanged a glance with Delaney. The captain's teeth gritted almost imperceptibly. The corridor opened into a large chamber that served as the Reman Command Center. Screens displayed status readings from various shelter systems, all showing dangerously low reserves. "Our life support will fail within days," Zara said. "Your arrival was most timely." Dylan studied the Reman communication console, noting its sophisticated design despite the emergency conditions. "The translation algorithm needs refinement. I'm detecting subharmonic frequencies that carry emotional context." "You hear the Hartons?" Zara asked, surprise evident in her voice. Few non-Remans recognize their importance. Dylan nodded. "I'll need to modify our translation protocols to capture those nuances." While Dylan worked with Zara on the communication systems, Security Chief Gabriel Martinez led a team to survey the surrounding area. They returned 6 hours later, excitement evident in their hurried movements. "Captain," Martinez reported, "we found a partially intact research facility 10 kilometers south. The Remans were developing advanced cryostodoctor technology before the impacts." "Doctor." Tanaka's eyes lit up. Stasis pods would require minimal life support resources for the journey, but the technology was experimental, Zara interjected. Safety trials were never completed. The day faded into the planet's perpetual twilight. Dylan found Zara outside the shelter entrance, placing small bioluminescent markers around a simple monument. The glowing objects emitted soft blue light, creating a haunting constellation against the darkened landscape. "May I join you?" Dylan asked. Zara hesitated, then handed him one of the markers. "Place it for someone you have lost." Dylan thought of his mother, who had died while he was deployed with the military. He set the marker carefully among the others. "This was to be the center of a new scientific district," Zara said, gesturing at the devastated landscape. "Now it is where we remember those we lost. My mate and 2 children rest beneath this ground." Dylan remained silent, honoring her grief with his presence. "We were a peaceful civilization," she continued. "We chose science over weapons, exploration over conquest. When the asteroids came, we called for help, believing others would share our values." The moment of connection was interrupted by the blaring of an alarm from Dylan's communicator. He activated the device. "Ross here." Captain Delaney's voice came through clearly. "Return to base immediately. Long-range sensors have detected an unidentified vessel entering the system. Analysis suggests Voraxian design. Estimated arrival, 7 days." Dylan looked at Zara. "We need to move quickly." Later that night, Elder Kevin revealed the final complication to their rescue plans. He led a small group of doctorants, including Dylan, Captain Delaney and Dr. Wells into the deepest level of the shelter complex. The massive chamber housed thousands of transparent containers, each filled with seeds, tissue samples, and genetic material. Sophisticated preservation systems hummed quietly, maintaining optimal conditions. "This is more than our past," Kevin said, his voice filled with reverence. "It is our future. The complete biological heritage of our world is preserved here. Every plant, animal, and microorganism essential to rebuild our ecosystem." Captain Delaney studied the vast repository. "It's too large to transport on the Prometheus." "Yes," Kevin acknowledged. "Yet without it, saving our people means condemning our world to eternal death." Dylan stared at the genetic library, the impossible choice now even more complex. Save the living and lose the future of their world, or leave some behind to protect their planet's legacy, all while a hostile alien vessel drew closer with each passing hour. Dawn broke over Kepler 186f, though the ash-laden sky transformed what should have been sunrise into merely a shift from deep darkness to murky gray. Dylan stared at the genetic repository, mind racing through possibilities. "Captain," he said finally, turning to Delaney, "we need to develop parallel solutions. This isn't just about evacuation anymore." Delaney nodded grimly. "Assemble the senior staff. 1 hour." The meeting convened in a hastily established command post within the largest intact structure near the remanned shelter. Portable lighting cast harsh shadows across the alien architecture as Dr. Isers gathered around a makeshift tactical table. "Dr. Tanaka," Delaney began, "what's our status on the remanned cryotechnology?" The chief engineer displayed schematics on a portable screen. "The engineering challenges are significant. Remand systems use crystalline computing matrices fundamentally incompatible with our technology. We're essentially redesigning interface protocols from scratch." Dylan leaned forward. "I've been analyzing their technical documentation. Their approach relies on biological integration rather than mechanical efficiency. Built their systems doctor maintain neural patterns during stasis." "Neural patterns?" Dr. Wells asked. "Consciousness preservation," Dylan clarified. "Their stasis technology isn't just about physical preservation, it maintains thought processes, albeit at drastically reduced speeds." Tanaka nodded. "That's what makes adaptation so difficult. Our systems prioritize physical maintenance, theirs prioritize mind-body continuity." Dr. Delaney absorbed this information. "I want 3 parallel tracks. Dr. Tanaka, continue adapting the cryotechnology. Commander Chen, prepare the Prometheus for maximum capacity evacuation. Chief Martinez, develop defensive contingencies against that approaching Voraxian vessel." Martinez straightened. "Sir, initial scans of the area show ruins of remanned military installations. Permission to salvage for defensive systems." "Granted. Take a security detail and see what you can find." The meeting disbanded, each officer moving with renewed purpose. Dylan found himself partnered with Zara, combing through technical manuals in the Remand Data Center. "Your written language is fascinating," Dylan remarked, studying characters that seemed to pulse subtly. "These symbols carry multiple meaning layers." Zara adjusted the display. "The primary glyph communicates function. The subharmonics convey context and relationship to biological systems." Dylan's translation algorithm struggled with the nuances, but hours of collaborate Dr. with Zara revealed critical insights into the cryosystem design philosophy. "Dr. Tanaka needs to see this," Dylan said, transferring the data to his pad. "They're not designing machines, they're creating technological extensions of biology." On their way to Tanaka's makeshift lab, they passed through a partially collapsed archive chamber. Something caught Dylan's eye, a faint luminescence emanating from beneath fallen debris. "Wait," he said, carefully shifting rubble aside to reveal intact data crystals. "What are these?" Zara's multifaceted eyes widened. Navigation archives. These contain our stellar cartography. Working together, they salvaged the crystals and connected them to a functioning terminal. The display illuminated with star charts marking 17 distinct Civilization Sol recipients of the Riemann distress call. The complete records, Zara whispered, her translator barely capturing the tremor in her voice. Dylan scrolled through communication logs, eyes sharpening as he read response after callous response. The Zorelian hegemony, request denied due to resource allocation priorities. The Talaxian Confederation, non-interference protocols prevent direct intervention. The mercantile guilds of Tradia, rescue services available at standard emergency rates. They asked for payment, Dylan said incredulously, while your world was dying. Zara's gaze remained fixed on the display. We could not meet their price. Dylan noted Earth's position on the chart the furthest from Riemann space, with the most primitive technology of all contacted civilizations. Yet only humanity had responded. We should bring these records to the captain, he said, downloading the data. Meanwhile, Chief Martinez led a team through ruined military installations on the planet's surface. They moved cautiously through collapsed structures, environmental suits protecting them from the contaminated atmosphere. Life signs ahead, Lieutenant Park reported, checking her scanner. 2 Riemanns. They found military technicians attempting to salvage equipment from a command bunker. After establishing communications, the Riemanns guided them to sealed storage facilities containing intact defensive components. These could be repurposed for the Prometheus, Martinez observed, examining Riemann weapon systems. Different technological approach, but the principles are universal. Back at the shelter, Elder Kevin requested a private meeting with Captain Delaney. They walked through the lower levels of the complex, finally stopping at a sealed chamber adjacent to the genetic repository. There is more you should understand about what we preserve, Kevin said, activating the door. Inside, specialized containers lined the walls, each housing what appeared to be crystalline matrices suspended in transparent fluid. These contain the neural patterns of 5,000 Riemann specialists, Kevin explained. Scientists, artists, cultural leaders preserved before disaster struck. Delaney studied the containers, neural patterns, complete consciousness imprints intended for transfer to clone bodies once our civilization recovered. These minds represent the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of generations. The captain's expression remained neutral, but his eyes betrayed the weight of this new informant doctor. The moral equation had just grown exponentially more complex. In the medical section, Dr. Wells conducted systematic evaluations of Riemann survivors. His findings prompted an urgent consultation with Captain Delaney. Nearly 30% show advanced radiation sickness, Wells reported. Without proper intervention, they'll develop fatal complications within 6 months. Treatment options, Delaney asked. Our supplies of anti-radiation pharmaceuticals are insufficient for hundreds of patients. Wells indicated his workstation, where he'd been analyzing Riemann medical databases. I've identified botanical compounds in their pharmacopoeia with similar properties. I'm synthesizing hybrid treatments using their formulations and our delivery methods. On the 3rd day, Dylan was working with Zara on communication protocols when an alert sounded. Lieutenant Commander Chen's voice came through the comm system. Captain to the command post. Long-range sensors have detected a second vessel. The senior staff assembled quickly. Chen displayed the sensor readings on the main screen. The new contact approaches from a different vector than the Voraxian ship, she reported. Higher velocity, energy signature inconsistent with known Voraxian technology. Martinez studied the data. Could be another scavenger race. The Voraxians might have broadcasted their findings, attracting competitors for salvage rights. How much time do we have? Delaney asked. 5 days until potential contact, accounting for both vessels' trajectories. Accelerate all evacuation prep. Dr. Ions, Delaney ordered. We need to be ready to launch before either ship arrives. That evening, Dr. Tanaka burst into the command post, fatigue evident on his face but eyes bright with excitement. We've done it, he announced. By replacing the Reman bioneural interface with a synthetic alternative from our medical bay, the modified cryosystems can safely sustain Reman physiology in minimal resource stasis. The revelation sparked hope until Tanaka continued. But the power requirements would leave the Prometheus with barely enough energy for defense systems during the return journey. We'd be vulnerable if pursued. The daily coordination meetings between human officers and Reman leaders grew increasingly tense as evacuation priorities were debated. Several Reman elders, including Kevin, volunteered to remain behind with the genetic repository. Our individual survival matters less than preserving our civilization's future, Kevin insisted. Captain Delaney's response was immediate and firm. That's not how we operate. Humans don't leave people behind willingly. As the impasse stretched into its second day, Lieutenant Commander Sarah Allen, the Prometheus's xenobiologist, requested permission to speak. I've been studying the Reman genetic repository technology, she said. We could modify the Prometheus's data cores to store compressed versions of critical genetic samples and neural patterns, essentially creating a digital backup of their biological archive. The physical samples would remain here, Tanaka added, building on Allen's concept, but the data would be preserved for future restoration. What's the cost? Delaney asked. We'd sacrifice auxiliary systems and entertainment databases, Allen admitted. But we could preserve the essence of Reman civilization while evacuating all survivors. As engineering teams implemented Allen's solution, Martinez's scout team discovered a concealed Reman military installation housing 3 operational defensive satellites. They powered down during the impacts, Martinez explained to Delaney. Last resort defense systems, technologically outdated compared to the Voraxian vessel, but they could buy us critical time during launch. With Reman technical assistance, Martinez's team began restoring the satellite systems, bypassing complex security protocols designed to prevent unauthorized activation. The approaching deadline created mounting pressure. Dylan found Zara outside the command post after an 18-hour work shift, her normally fluid movements now stiff with exhaustion. You need rest, he said. There is no time, she replied, though she didn't resist when he guided her to a quiet area with provisions. As they ate, Zara's composure finally broke. I crafted those distress messages, she admitted. Perhaps if I had been more compelling, others would have responded. This isn't your fault, Dylan said firmly. Why did humans come when no others would? You were furthest away with the most primitive technology. Dylan considered his response carefully. Earth once had similar divisions. Nations would ignore others' suffering if intervention didn't serve their interests. It took centuries of painful lessons before we understood that compassion isn't just moral, it's practical. Civilization survives through cooperation. Their conversation continued through their rest period, revealing that despite profound biological differences, humans and Remans shared remarkably similar emotional responses to loss, hope, and moral responsibility. By the 5th day, with both alien vessels now less than 48 hours from arrival, Captain Delaney faced his most difficult decision yet. The engineering teams needed additional time to complete testing on the modified cryosystems. The data transfer of the genetic repository remained at 87%. The defensive satellites required final calibration. Launch immediately with partially tested systems, or delay for full preparation and risk confrontation with the approaching ships. Delaney stared at the tactical display, the 2 incoming vessels represented by steadily advancing markers, each hour bringing them closer to Kepler 186f. Delaney considered his options, examining each incoming vessel's trajectory on the tactical display. The senior staff waited in tense silence for his decision. "We launch in 6 hours," he announced finally. Priority evacuation for the radiation-affected and youngest survivors. Dr. Lieutenant Commander Chen looked up from her console. "Sir, the cryosystem modifications, what's our status, Dr. Tanaka?" Delaney asked, turning to the engineer. Tanaka straightened, dark circles under his eyes. "Only 60% of the units have completed full testing protocols. The rest are functional but haven't undergone the comprehensive safety verification sequence. And the consequences of waiting. If either ship reaches us before departure, we risk losing everything," Chen said, gesturing to the tactical display where 2 markers steadily advanced toward their position. Delaney nodded. "Then we proceed with immediate evacuation. The tested units go to those with the most severe radiation exposure. We'll use the untested ones Dr. Ilthier individuals." The command center transformed into a hub of coordinated chaos as the evacuation order spread. Dr. Wells established a medical checkpoint near the shelter's main exit, scanning each reman and directing them to appropriate transport groups. "Stage 3 exposure cases first," Wells instructed his medical team, adjusting settings on a biofilter. "Administer the hybrid treatment before they board." Outside, the planet's toxic atmosphere had worsened since their arrival. Particulate matter created a haze that reduced visibility to less than 50 meters. Security teams in environmental suits established a protected corridor from the shelter to the waiting shuttles. Dylan found Zara coordinating evacuation lists with reman specialists. They developed a system using both human and reman organizational protocols, tracking each survivor through the evacuation process. "Group 7 is ready," Zara informed him, her voice sounding strained through her translator. Dylan noticed her movements were less fluid than usual. When she reached for a data pad, her hand trembled slightly. "You're sick," he said, keeping his voice low. Zara continued working. "Many are worse. The children must go first, then the elders. Let me see your scanner results." "That is unnecessary." Dylan placed his hand on the console between them. "Zara, we need every coordinator functioning at capacity. If you collapse midway through evacuation, that puts others at risk." She hesitated, then transferred her medical data to his pad. The radiation exposure levels were dangerously high, been concealing stage 2 symptoms for days. "You should have reported this," he said. "I was off-world when it happened," she replied, her multifaceted eyes fixed on the evacuation roster. "My research position kept me on our orbital station. I returned to find my family already gone. Others deserve priority because they suffered through the impacts. I merely watched from orbit." Dylan began to respond when Martinez's voice came through his communicator. "Ross, we need you at the defense perimeter. Engineering team requires communication support." "On my way," he replied, then turned back to Zara. "This conversation isn't finished." Martinez had established a defensive ring around the evacuation zone using salvaged reman energy barriers. Security personnel positioned themselves at strategic points, weapons ready. 2 satellites are operational, Martinez reported when Dylan arrived. The third took micrometeorite damage to its power core, irreparable with our time frame. "Will 2 be enough?" Dylan asked. Martinez adjusted a portable shield generator. "Not against a direct assault. But they might buy us minutes if the Voraxians attack during launch." Back at the Prometheus, Lieutenant Commander Allen worked with 3 reman data specialists in the main computer core. Holographic displays showed the transfer progress of the genetic repository data. Neural pattern cluster A-7 shows degradation. One of the remans noted, gesturing toward a red section of the display. Allen adjusted the compression algorithm. "The pattern density exceeds our standard storage protocols. We need a redundancy system." The remans worked quickly, their six-fingered hands moving across unfamiliar human interfaces with increasing confidence. "This will preserve integrity," the chief specialist said, implementing a complex algorithmic matrix. "But it requires additional storage capacity." Alan checked the ship systems. "We'll have to deactivate the recreational databases and scientific archives. Your crew's comfort," the reman began, "can be sacrificed," Alan finished firmly. "Keeping your civilization's knowledge intact matters more than doctor entertainment options." Throughout the day, shuttles flew continuous evacuation routes between the surface and the Prometheus. Dr. Tanaka's engineering teams worked frantically in the ship's lower decks, converting cargo bays into additional cryochambers. During the 18th hour of evacuation, alarms sounded through the command post. Chen rushed to the sensor console. "The Voraxian vessel has increased speed," she reported. "They've detected our operations." "Time to intercept?" Delaney asked. 22 hours, sir, and we've identified the second vessel, Centauri Confederation." Martinez swore under his breath. "Competing salvagers, they'll fight each other for the rights." "And us for interfering," Delaney added. "Status of evacuation?" Doctor, 120 remans on board," Chen replied. 480 remaining. A medical emergency signal interrupted their assessment. Dr. Wells's voice came through with urgency. "Medical team to evacuation zone. Elder Kevin has collapsed." Delaney arrived at the medical checkpoint to find Wells crouched over the remand leader, scanning equipment humming. "Stage 4 radiation syndrome," Wells reported, his expression grim. It was masked by his biology progressed faster than expected. "Treatment options?" Delaney asked. "He needs the advanced medical bay on the Prometheus immediately. The portable equipment isn't sufficient." Delaney activated his communicator. "Shuttle 3, divert to my coordinates for emergency medical transport." Authorization Delaney Alpha 6. "Sir," Chen's voice protested over the channel, "that disrupts the evacuation sequence." "Do it," Delaney ordered. 15 minutes later, a violent electromagnetic disturbance rolled across the sky. Communications became distorted, and the portable transporter systems failed completely. "Storm interference in the upper atmosphere," Chen reported. "Likely caused by magnetospheric disruption from the asteroid impacts." "Switch to all shuttle evacuation," Delaney ordered. "Pilots on double rotation." As the storm intensified, evacuation rates dropped dramatically. Shuttles struggled through turbulence, Roman 6 Doctor, ility reduced to near zero in some areas. In the Prometheus's lower decks, a power surge tore through Section 14. Emergency klaxons wailed as Dr. Tanaka rushed toward the affected cryobay. "Containment breach," a technician shouted over the noise. "Power distribution node failed." Tanaka found 2 human engineers being treated for electrical burns while a dozen cryopods displayed critical failure warnings. "Salvage what we can," he ordered, examining the damage. "Reconfigure Bay 16 to accommodate overflow." Hours later, with the Voraxian vessel now clearly accelerating toward them, Captain Delaney called an emergency council with both human and reman leadership. The situation status displayed starkly on screens around the conference room. 317 remans evacuated, 483 remaining. 12 hours until Voraxian arrival, Delaney summarized. "We face a critical decision point." The reman representative, a senior counselor named Jaren, studied the display. "If we remain to evacuate all, what are our chances of escaping the Voraxians?" "Limited," Chen replied honestly. "Their weapons technology exceeds ours by approximately 30 years of development. Our defensive capabilities would be severely taxed. And if we launch now?" Jaren asked. "We save 317 lives with certainty," Delaney said, "but leave nearly 500 behind." The room fell silent as the implications settled on every person present. Dylan watched the captain's face, seeing the weight of command in every line of his expression. "There may be another option," Martinez said suddenly, looking up from his tactical display. "But it would require splitting our resources and accepting significant risk." "There may be another option," Martinez said suddenly, looking up from his tactical display. "But it would require splitting our resources and accepting significant risk." All eyes turned to the security chief. "I'm listening," Captain Delaney said. Martinez highlighted sections of the tactical display with quick hand movements. "We deploy all shuttles simultaneously in continuous rotation. Park takes command of the Hermes for maximum capacity runs. We activate the Prometheus's defensive systems now and position them for potential engagement while continuing evacuation." Delaney studied the proposed patterns, calculating variables, and the remans we can't fit in cryopods. "We convert cargo holds, living quarters, even recreational spaces into temporary shelter," Martinez replied. "Not ideal, but better than abandonment." Silence filled the room as Delaney weighed the options. The tactical display showed the Voraxian vessel's relentless approach, a countdown to confrontation. "We're not leaving anyone behind," he announced finally, his voice resonating with quiet certainty. "Implement Martinez's plan immediately. I want every shuttle running continuous evacuation routes. Pilots will work in rotating shifts to maintain maximum efficiency." Chen looked up from her console. "Sir, the Voraxians will detect increased activity." "Let them," Delaney replied. "Chief Martinez, prepare defensive systems. We'll evacuate everyone or face the consequences together." The command center transformed as orders flowed outward. Crew members moved with renewed purpose, the decision providing clarity amid chaos. Dylan found Zara in the medical staging area, her scaled skin showing faint discoloration, early signs of radiation exposure. "We need an efficient tracking system," he said, laying out several modified communicators. "Something to maintain real-time accountability of evacuees and transport vessels." Zara's eyes brightened despite her obvious discomfort. "We can integrate reman biometric identifiers with your communication network." They worked rapidly, creating a digital evacuation sequence, prioritizing those with severe radiation exposure. The system allowed shuttle pilots to know exactly who would board next and medical staff to prepare appropriate treatment protocols. "Third-stage exposure cases board next," Dylan instructed as a shuttle landed. "Groups 12 through 15 prepare for transport." He noticed Zara stumble slightly as she directed 3 young remans toward the landing pad. When she turned, he saw lesions forming on the exposed areas of her neck. "You need to board this shuttle," he said quietly. "Your radiation sickness is progressing." She straightened, multifaceted eyes narrowing. "I remain until the last of my people are evacuated." "That wasn't a suggestion. Your medical scans were inadequate to assess my condition," she interrupted. "I understand my physiology better than your scanners." Before Dylan could respond, his communicator activated. Lieutenant Commander Park's voice came through, punctuated by static. "Atmospheric conditions deteriorating. Wind shear increasing. 2 pilots reporting near crashes." Dylan checked the weather data. The electromagnetic storm was intensifying, creating violent turbulence in the evacuation corridors. "What's your status, Park?" "Taking control of the Hermes personally," she replied. "These conditions exceed safety parameters for less experienced pilots." 8 hours before projected Voraxian arrival, the sky turned an ominous green-black. Lightning tore through cloud formations, creating electromagnetic pulses that disrupted Communi-Doctor ions. Park's piloting skills proved exceptional as she navigated the Hermes through conditions that would normally ground all flights. Aboard the Prometheus, Dr. Tanaka faced a different crisis. Engineering teams monitored power distribution panels, showing dangerous energy spikes throughout the modified cryosystems. "The pods are drawing 23% more power than calculated," a technician reported. At current consumption rates, we'll experience critical failure in 4 hours. Tanaka studied the power grid layout. Implement emergency rationing. Shut down gravity generators in sections A through F and divert weapons system power to life support and cryofunctions. That compromises our defensive capabilities by 30%, the technician warned. The captain made his choice, Tanaka replied. Our priority is keeping these people alive. On the bridge, Lieutenant Commander Chen intercepted a transmission between the approaching vessels. Captain, you need to hear this, she said, routing the communication to the command console. The translated voices filled the bridge, a harsh, clicking language from the Voraxian vessel. Biological salvage assets under Section 47 of the Outer Rim Treaty. A smoother, more modulated voice from the Centauri ship. Jurisdictional boundaries defined by first retrieval precedent. Then both voices focused on a new topic, the unexpected human vessel. Intelligence analysis suggests they're negotiating territorial rights to the planet, Chen explained. And discussing our P-Doctor, Inset. Neither seems pleased. Keep monitoring, Delaney ordered. I want to know their intentions before they're in weapons range. 6 hours before Voraxian arrival, Dr. Wells examined Elder Kevin in the Prometheus's medical bay. The remand leader's condition had stabilized after emergency treatment, but radiation damage remained evident in his tissue structure. You must remain in treatment, Wells insisted, reviewing the biomonitor readings. Your cellular recovery has barely begun. Kevin sat upright, his dignified bearing unchanged despite his condition. My place is with my people during evacuation. The remaining groups include many who look to me for spiritual guidance. Returning to the surface will jeopardize your recovery, Wells argued. Doctor, Captain Delaney interrupted, entering the medical bay, what's his status? Wells straightened, stable but fragile. I strongly advise against any return to the surface. Delaney looked at the elder. And you believe your presence would help maintain calm during evacuation? It would, Kevin affirmed. Fear GR Doctor, as conditions worsen. My presence provides continuity and hope. After a moment's consideration, Delaney nodded. He returns with a medical monitor implant and security escort. Dr. Wells, prepare whatever he needs to remain stable for 4 hours. In the underground shelter, conditions deteriorated rapidly. Sections of ceiling collapsed as structural integrity failed. Lieutenant Allen worked with 3 remand specialists examining the atmospheric processors that had kept the survivors alive. The filtration mechanisms use electromagnetic field generation, Allen observed, studying the remand technology. Similar principles to our shield harmonics. The lead remand specialist made an adjustment to the processor core. These were designed to purify air, not generate defensive fields, but with modifications. Allen began, excitement building as he traced circuitry pathways. We could create a temporary electromagnetic shield. It wouldn't stop physical weapons, but it might mask our evacuation signatures from their sensors. The remands exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in ways Allen was learning to interpret as interest. Implementation requires both technologies, the specialist said. Your power conversion systems paired with our field generators. Allen activated his communicator. Allen to Captain Delaney, I may have found a way to buy us time. 4 hours before Voraxian arrival, the modified shield hummed to life. Power surged through emergency conduits, creating an electromagnetic bubble that distorted sensor readings over the evacuation zone. Shield functioning at 73% efficiency, Allen reported. Estimated duration, 2 hours before complete failure. As the shield activated, remaining remand infrastructure began failing faster than predicted. Life support systems throughout the underground complex registered cascading failures. We have 300 remands aboard and just over 200 remaining on surface, Chen updated Delaney. Evacuation rate holding steady despite conditions. The captain nodded, studying the tactical display where two hostile vessels continued DRIR approach. The shield is working for now. Both ships still on course, but no indication they've detected our increased activity. A priority medical alert interrupted the status report. Dr. Wells's voice came through, tense and controlled. Medical emergency in Cryosction 4. 15 remands showing cellular degradation. Request immediate authorization to remove affected individuals from stasis. Delaney's expression remained neutral despite the implications. Granted. How does this impact our capacity? We lose 15 pods and need to accommodate those patients in conventional medical care, Wells replied. It strains life support further and reduces available pods for remaining evacuees. Understood. Proceed with medical protocols. Security Chief Martinez approached with a data pad showing sensor readings from the Voraxian vessel. They're preparing weapon systems, sir. Energy signatures consistent with charging face cannons. Defensive options? Delaney asked. I've deployed our 2 functioning satellites to create a perimeter, Martinez said. Program them to emit false signatures mimicking remanned defensive systems. Might give them pause. And our people still on the surface. Established emergency evacuation protocols with designated rally points for rapid extraction if hostiles arrive before we complete evacuation. 3 hours before arrival, communications detected a broad-spectrum transmission. The universal translator processed the message, displaying text on the main screen. Attention unauthorized vessel. All remand technology and biological ASSETS fall under salvage rights claimed by the VORAXIAN consortium. Withdraw immediately or face enforcement action. Delaney dictated his response. This is Captain Jonathan Delaney of the Earth vessel Prometheus. We are conducting humanitarian evacuation of survivors from a natural disaster. We appeal to universal principles of compassion and aid rendered to those in distress. The response came quickly. A Voraxian face appeared on screen, reptilian features with vertical pupils and protruding jaw ridges. I am Commander Drakkar of the Voraxian Consortium. Your humanitarian concerns are irrelevant. Remand survivors represent biological salvage assets under our legal code. Cease evacuation activities immediately. The transmission ended abruptly. Delaney turned to his communications officer. Continue broadcasting our humanitarian mission statement on all frequencies. Let's make sure anyone else in the sector understands our purpose here. On the surface, the final major group of evacuees prepared to board. Dylan checked his tracking system, confirming they were primarily technical specialists who had maintained the failing life support systems. Final group assembling at extraction point C, he reported, noting Zara's labored breathing as she directed 3 remands toward the waiting shuttle. A violent tremor shook the ground. Warning alarms blared throughout the remaining sections of the shelter. Dylan's communicator erupted with emergency signals. Structural collapse in eastern section. A voice shouted over the channel. Multiple personnel trapped. The tracking system updated, showing 27 remands and 3 human crew suddenly isolated behind debris markers. Activate emergency transponders, Dylan ordered, already moving toward the disaster zone. When he arrived, he found a massive section of ceiling collapsed across the main corridor. Water poured through ruptures in the wall, carrying toxic atmospheric gases. Lieutenant Rodriguez emerged from the dust cloud, environmental suit torn at the shoulder. Passage completely blocked. Only access is through the maintenance tunnel, but it's flooding fast. Dylan examined the schematics on his data pad. How many environmental suits do we have? 6 functional units, Rodriguez replied. Not enough for everyone trapped inside. We only need enough for the rescue team, Dylan said, already adjusting suit parameters. Gather every available unit. Zara stepped forward despite visibly struggling to remain upright. I will join the rescue. I know the maintenance shaft layouts. Your condition, Dylan began, makes me expendable compared to those with less exposure, she finished firmly. And none of your crew knows these tunnels like I do. Dylan wanted to argue but recognized the truth in her assessment. Suit up, Rodriguez, find our best climbers and anyone with confined space extraction experience. 5 minutes later, the rescue team entered the maintenance tunnel, a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. Water already doctor, each knee-height, rising steadily as they progressed. Their helmet lights illuminated corroded pipes and exposed wiring. Who's trapped? Dylan asked through the comm system as they waded deeper. Dr. Petrov is one of the humans, Rodriguez replied. He was conducting final medical checks on the technical team when the collapse occurred. Zara moved with surprising agility despite her condition, identifying junction points and bypass routes as sections of the tunnel became impassable. This connection accesses the Eastern Medical Station, she said, indicating a narrow vertical shaft. It will place us behind the collapse. As they climbed the shaft, Dylan's suit sensors detected increasing concentrations of toxic gases entering through fractures in the tunnel walls. The atmospheric integrity of the entire shelter was failing. Meanwhile, Captain Delaney received the most alarming news yet. Orbital monitoring systems detected smaller craft launching from the Voraxian vessel scout ships or assault vehicles accelerating ahead of the main ship. Projected arrival time? He asked, tension evident despite his controlled expression. Less than 2 hours, Chen replied. And the Centauri ship is altering course, positioning to block our potential escape vectors. Delaney activated the ship-wide communication system. All personnel, this is the captain. Accelerate evacuation procedures immediately. Combat alert status initiated. All defensive systems online. With 2 hostile forces converging on their position, time had become their most precious and rapidly diminishing resource. In the flooding tunnels below, Dylan's team pressed forward, racing against rising water and toxic gas. On the Prometheus, crews prepared for potential combat during launch. Every minute counted as the fate of hundreds of remands, and the entire human crew balanced on a knife's edge of timing, courage, and perhaps a measure of luck that had thus far proven elusive. Dylan checked his environmental suit readings again as water sloshed against his knees in the maintenance tunnel. The toxic mixture had already risen another inch in the past 7 minutes. Oxygen at 38 minutes, he announced to the team. Everyone report status. 35 minutes, Rodriguez replied, pushing forward through the murky water. Zara's breathing came harsh through the comm system. 41 minutes. Her voice sounded strained, the radiation sickness clearly wearing on her despite her commitment. The 2 engineers and Vala, the remand structural specialist, reported similar numbers. Their small rescue team pressed forward through the claustrophobic passage as emergency lights flickered overhead. Junction ahead, Zara said, pointing to where the tunnel split. Left passage leads to the medical station access point. They waded through the rising water, moving as quickly as the confined space allowed. Vala took point alongside Dylan, her familiarity with the shelter's layout proving invaluable. When they reached the end of the passage, they encountered a devastating sight: a wall of twisted metal and collapsed ceiling material completely blocking their path. Scanning for structural weaknesses, Vala said, activating a portable device that projected a 3-dimensional map of the debris field. The holographic display revealed complex layers of collapsed infrastructure. There, she pointed to a narrow gap near the bottom of the pile. That section could be navigated if we remove the support beam. It would create sufficient space for passage. Rodriguez examined the scan. That beam is load-bearing. Removing it could trigger a secondary collapse. Dylan studied the chamber readings on his data pad. Atmospheric integrity in the trapped section is failing. 28 minutes before complete toxicity. We don't have a choice. The team set to work, carefully extracting the support beam while reinforcing surrounding structures with emergency braces from their equipment packs. Metal groaned overhead as they created the passage. Small chunks of ceiling material rained down around them. "I'll go first," Dylan said, dropping to his stomach and pushing into the narrow opening. Metal edges scraped against his suit as he inched forward. A jagged piece of metal caught his shoulder, tearing the outer fabric but not penetrating to the secondary layer. "Warning in Doctor." Aiders flashed on his heads-up display but showed suit integrity maintained at acceptable levels. After 10 meters of claustrophobic crawling, Dylan emerged into the medical station. His helmet lights revealed Dr. Petrov hunched over an injured Reman, applying impromptu bandages fashioned from torn medical scrubs. "Lieutenant Commander," Petrov looked up, face pale and sweating. He pulled an oxygen mask from his own face and pressed it to the mouth of the Reman patient. "Took you long enough." Dylan scanned the room. 24 Remans were still alive, huddled in groups on the floor. 3 bodies lay covered in the corner. "Status report," Dylan demanded, helping Rodriguez through the passage. 3 dead from initial injuries. 5 critical, Petrov coughed violently, the chemical pneumonia evident in the wet sound. "Been rotating my oxygen. Air scrubbers failed 20 minutes ago." Zara emerged from the tunnel, visibly weaker than before. The human engineers supported her as she stumbled forward. "We need to move quickly," Dylan instructed. "Team, prepare transport for the critically injured. Use whatever we have for improvised stretchers." They tore fabric panels from storage cabinets, creating makeshift carriers for the most severely injured Remans. Petrov continued working despite Dylan's insistence that he use his own oxygen mask. "Not until they're stable," the doctor refused, moving to the next patient. On the Prometheus's bridge, Captain Delaney activated emergency launch sequences. Warning indicators illuminated across control stations as crew members worked with focused intensity. "All available shuttles deployed for final extraction runs," Chen reported. "Current evacuation status at Doctor 22%. The ship's AI displayed a time projection on the main screen. Estimated time to complete evacuation, 91 minutes. VOREXIAN scout arrival, 58 minutes. Current life support capacity," Delaney asked. Dr. Tanaka glanced up from her engineering station. "Critical threshold reached, sir. We can't simultaneously maintain full defensive systems, life support for all evacuees, and propulsion for launch. Options: we can divert auxiliary power to defense and maintain minimal life support, reducing capacity in non-essential areas. Alternatively, we maintain full life support but reduce defensive capability to 60%. Before Delaney could respond, Elder Kevin approached the bridge, his radiation-ravaged body moving with deliberate care despite his medical monitor implant flashing warning signals. "Captain," Kevin's voice remained steady despite his condition, "we have discovered something in our historical archives. Our ancestors developed electromagnetic pulse technology for defensive purposes." Delaney turned to face him. "Go on." 3 generators remain in our governmental complex. They were designed to disable rather than destroy, temporarily rendering electrical systems inoperative. Could they affect the Voraxian scouts? If properly activated, yes, but they require specialized knowledge to operate and are located 6 kilometers from here. Lieutenant Commander Allen stepped forward from his monitoring station. "I volunteer to lead a retrieval team, sir." Delaney considered for precisely 3 seconds. "Take 2 security personnel and a Reman technical guide. Use the scout shuttle. Its lower profile might avoid detection." Allen nodded, already heading for the exit. Morok served on the engineering council. He knows the facility. Minutes later, Allen's team launched in the smallest shuttle, hugging terrain features to mask their signature from the approaching Voraxian vessels. They set down 2 kilometers from the governmental complex, proceeding on foot to minimize detection risk. Entrance appears completely sealed, Alan observed as they approached the massive structure. Orbital bombardment had collapsed the main doorways beneath tons of rubble. Morok gestured toward a drainage channel at the perimeter. The aqueduct system provides secondary access. We used it during seasonal flooding events. The team descended into the channel, Alan's helmet light revealing murky water flowing through ancient stone conduits. The passage narrowed as they proceeded, ceiling height decreasing until they were forced to wade in a crouch. Structural integrity compromised ahead, Morok warned, pointing to cracks in the overhead stonework. We must move carefully. Back at the main evacuation site, Lieutenant Martinez monitored the electromagnetic shield's performance. Shield efficiency dropping below 40%, he reported. Power systems failing faster than projected. On the tactical display, the Voraxian scout vessel's trajectories shifted, converging directly on their location. "They've found us," Delaney said calmly. "Accelerate shuttle launches, maximum capacity on each run." "Sir, that exceeds safety parameters for atmospheric exit," the flight controller objected. "Noted, proceed as ordered." Delaney's expression remained impassive. The next shuttle launched with alarms blaring, its stabilizers straining against turbulence as it climbed through the toxic atmosphere. The pilot's voice crackled over the comm system. "Experiencing electromagnetic interference with guidance systems. Continuing ascent manually." "Acknowledged," Delaney responded. "All pilots be advised, electromagnetic interference affecting automated systems. Switch to manual control protocols." In the medical bay, Dr. Wells moved frantically between cryopods. 32 remans now displayed cellular degradation patterns, their bodies rejecting the modified stasis fields. "It's the quantum resonance between their neural patterns and our generator frequency," Wells explained to the medical team. "Each pod requires individual recalibration to match the specific patient's neural signature." Medical personnel divided into teams, Wells directing them with terse commands. Group 1, handle critical cases in pods 11 through 20. Group 2, stabilize those in the standard ward. Group 3, prepare to receive incoming casualties from the surface. In the collapsed shelter section, Dillon's team formed a human chain to evacuate the injured remans through the narrow passage. Rodriguez helped guide the improvised stretchers while the engineers braced the unstable ceiling. "That's 18, Dillon counted as another survivor passed through. 9 more plus our team." A deep rumble shook the chamber. Support beams groaned under pressure, and with a thunderous crack, a section of ceiling crashed down, completely sealing their primary escape route. "Alternative exit?" Dillon asked, turning to Vala. The reman structural specialist consulted her scanner. Maintenance Shaft B could provide access to the south evacuation point, however. She hesitated. "What?" "It passes through Section 12, which shows extensive flooding with caustic fluid from the environmental systems." "How caustic?" "Enough to cause severe chemical burns with sustained contact." Dillon checked the oxygen readings on his suit. 22 minutes remaining, it's our only option." They gathered the remaining remans and Petrov, who still refused to prioritize his own safety. The doctor stumbled as they moved, his coughing more pronounced. "You need oxygen," Dillon insisted. "After we're clear," Petrov wheezed, helping a reman with a crushed leg. The team navigated through increasingly damaged corridors until they reached a narrow vertical shaft. Vala climbed down first, sensors extended to test the liquid below. "Caustic concentration at 6 to 3%, she reported, her voice echoing up the metal tube. "Environmental suits will provide protection for approximately 6 minutes before degradation begins." Dillon looked at the remaining survivors. "Move as quickly as possible, no stopping." They descended one by one, splashing into knee-deep caustic fluid that immediately began eating through the outer layer of their environmental suits. Zara, despite her weakening condition, provided crucial guidance. "That section," she pointed to a corridor junction ahead, contains higher concentration levels. The structural composition reacted with atmospheric leakage. We must avoid contact with the walls. The human team members winced as the caustic mixture found microscopic tears in their suits, burning skin underneath. Petrov administered emergency treatments from his rapidly depleting medical kit, applying neutralizing compounds to the worst chemical burns while they continued moving. A remanded female collapsed, her breathing labored. Then another fell. Despite Petrov's efforts, they couldn't be revived. The death toll rose to 5. The first Voraxian scout entered orbital range, its sensors sweeping the evacuation zone. On the Prometheus's bridge, tactical alerts flashed across multiple screens. Scout vessel deploying active sensor array, Martinez reported. They've located our position. The communication system activated, Commander Drakar's reptilian features filling the main screen. This is your final warning. Your actions constitute interstellar piracy under consortium law. Cease all operations immediately or face lethal force. Delaney stood, facing the transmission squarely. We are conducting a humanitarian evacuation under Earth emergency protocols. Any aggressive action against us will be considered a violation of interstellar refugee protection agreements. Drakar's vertical pupils narrowed. You have been warned. The transmission cut. Chief Martinez studied the sensor readings with growing concern. Captain, the Centauri vessel is approaching from the opposite vector. Their emissions suggest they're preparing boarding craft, not weapons. They want the ship intact, Delaney realized. Prepare security teams for potential boarding attempts. Prioritize defensive positions around critical systems and medical areas. Martinez nodded. Distributing weapons and establishing defensive perimeters now. Delaney glanced at the evacuation status. 80% complete. 156 remands remained on the surface, including Dylan's rescue team and Allen's generator retrieval group. Begin pre-launch sequences, he ordered. We may need to lift off before evacuation is complete. The bridge fell silent as the implications of his command registered. Chen finally spoke. Sir, if we launch early, I'm aware of the consequences, Lieutenant. Prepare remaining shuttles for emergency docking during initial launch stages. That maneuver has never been attempted outside simulations, the flight controller objected. Today will be its first field test, Delaney replied. Make the necessary calculations. Lieutenant Commander Allen's team struggled under the weight of the pulse generators. Each device required 2 people to carry. The ancient technology surprisingly dense despite its relatively compact design. Approximately 100 kilograms each, Morok estimated as they extracted the second device from its housing. The third is beyond our capacity to transport. 2 will have to be enough, Allen decided. Their return path through the aqueduct system grew more treacherous with each passing minute. Support structures cracked overhead, ancient stones shifting after centuries of stability. Movement detected in upper atmosphere, their shuttle pilot radioed. Voraxian scouts entering descent trajectories. Current search pattern will intercept your position in approximately 9 minutes. Understood. Prepare for immediate departure upon our arrival. They increased their pace despite the dangerous burden. A walkway collapsed beneath them with a sickening crack. Morok fell, crying out as metal reinforcement rods pierced his leg. Leave me, he gasped, green blood pooling beneath him. Allen handed his end of the generator to one of the security officers. Not happening. He lifted the injured reman, supporting his weight while the security team continued carrying both pulse generators. Dylan's team finally emerged from the maintenance tunnels, the caustic liquid having eaten through portions of their environmental suits. Chemical burns marked their exposed skin where the protective layers had failed. They reached the evacuation point just as the final scheduled shuttle lifted off, its engines roaring as it climbed through the turbulent atmosphere. Dylan to Prometheus, he activated his communicator. Rescue team plus 19 survivors at extraction point 0 Sven, requesting immediate evacuation. Captain Delaney's voice responded, transmission quality degrading as electromagnetic disturbances increased. Understood. Diverting medical shuttle to your position. Stand by. The shuttle intended to deploy defensive countermeasures changed course, descending toward their position instead. Delaney's decision left the Prometheus more vulnerable, but prioritized the stranded survivors. Dylan looked upward through the swirling toxic clouds. The barely visible shape of a Voraxian scout vessel moved into position above them. On the opposite horizon, Alan's team emerged from the governmental complex, struggling with their precious cargo as they approached their waiting shuttle. The fate of hundreds now depended on the next few minutes. The Prometheus hummed with pre-launch energy, its system strained to capacity with refugees. Two alien forces converged from opposite directions, intent on capturing both the planet and the human vessel that had dared to intervene. Time had run out. Time had run out. The toxic atmosphere swirled above Dylan's team as they huddled at the extraction point, watching the final scheduled shuttle disappear into the churning clouds. Their environmental suits, damaged by caustic chemicals, triggered multiple breach warnings across their displays. Medical Shuttle Sierra 9 altering course to DRR position, ETA 3 minutes, Delaney's voice crackled through intermittent static. Hold position. Dylan scanned the ragged group of survivors. 19 remans remained, many with injuries beyond their capacity to treat in the field. Dr. Petrov moved among them, his own breathing labored as he administered the last of his medical supplies. Think they'll make it in time? Rodriguez asked, eyes fixed on the sky. Before Dylan could answer, a low rumble spread through the ground beneath them. The shelter complex behind them shuddered as support structures began to give way after days of strain. Spread out, Dylan ordered, minimum safe distance from the structure. Through breaks in the toxic clouds, Dylan spotted the glint of Voraxian hull plating. A scout vessel positioned itself directly above their location, its sensor arrays sweeping the surface. Lieutenant Donovan to ground team, a new voice cut through the static. Beginning descent approach. Terrain appears unstable at primary landing zone. Advise alternate coordinates. Negative, Lieutenant, Dylan responded. No stable surfaces within evacuation range. You'll have to make it work. Understood. Brace for turbulence. Coming in hot. The medical shuttle appeared through a break in the clouds, thrusters flaring as Lieutenant Donovan fought to maintain control. The craft's landing struts extended as it descended toward the increasingly unstable ground, the pilot executing a series of rapid adjustments that kept the shuttle level despite violent air currents. 50 meters east, Dylan directed his team. Move. The survivors formed a staggered line, the stronger supporting the weaker as they navigated toward the approaching shuttle. The ground trembled more violently with each passing second. Lieutenant Donovan executed the final approach, compensating for a sudden downdraft that threatened to slam the shuttle into the surface. The landing struts absorbed the impact as the craft settled unevenly on the Frodoctor-red ground. Loading procedure now. Critical cases first. Dylan shouted above the engine noise and the groaning of the failing shelter. The shuttle ramp descended, revealing the cramped interior already configured for emergency medical transport. Dr. Petrov stumbled up the ramp first, immediately beginning triage with the shuttle's medical staff. Chemical burns, radiation exposure, crush injuries, he cataloged rapidly, directing each patient to designated areas within the shuttle. Dylan organized the loading process, personally lifting those too weak to climb the ramp. Rodriguez secured harnesses around patients as they entered, maximizing the limited space. Zara, despite her deteriorating condition, helped guide a young remand child toward the shuttle. Her movements had grown increasingly uncoordinated, her normally gray skin taking on a sickly yellow tinge. As the child stepped aboard, Zod Doctor swayed and collapsed to her knees. Zara, Dylan rushed to her side as she pitched forward. He caught her before she hit the ground, lifting her unconscious form into his arms. The radiation counters on his suit spiked as he carried her up the ramp. Inside, Dr. Petrov immediately redirected his attention. "Put her here," he indicated an empty space near his medical supplies. Advanced radiation sickness, cellular degradation accelerating. The doctor extracted a vial of emerald liquid from his kit, loading it into an injector. "Experimental anti-radiation compound. May buy her time until we reach proper medical facilities." The needle hissed as the compound entered Zara's bloodstream. Her breathing remained shallow but stabilized. "Final passenger aboard," Rodriguez called from the ramp. Behind them, the shelter complex emitted a deafening groan as primary support columns failed in sequence. The structure began to fold inward, walls collapsing as the weight of the upper levels crashed down. "Seal the hatch," Lieutenant Donovan ordered. "All stations, secure for emergency ascent." The shuttle's engines roared to maximum output, lifting the overloaded craft from the surface just as the ground beneath them gave way. A massive plume of dust and debris erupted skyward as the entire shelter complex imploded, creating a dense cloud that engulfed the ascending shuttle. "Visual contact lost," Donovan reported, switching to instrument navigation. "Atmospheric contaminants interfering with sensor array. Maintaining ascent vector." The dust cloud provided unexpected cover, temporarily blocking the Voraxian scout sensors as they climbed into the upper atmosphere. Lieutenant Commander Allen's team pushed forward through a series of collapsed corridors, the weight of the pulse generators straining their muscles. Morak winced with each step, green blood seeping through the makeshift bandage on his leg. "Voraxian scouts adjusting search pattern," the shuttle pilot's voice warned over the comm. "Multiple vessels converging on your position." "Understood." Allen checked his tactical display. 2 kilometers to extraction point. The landscape around them offered minimal cover. A series of impact craters from the initial bombardment scattered across barren terrain. Morak stumbled, nearly falling as they reached the edge of the governmental complex. "Commander," he gasped, "Voraxian scanners operate on rotating frequencies. 8-second blind spot between each sweep cycle." Allen nodded. "Team, we move in 8-second bursts, from crater to crater, on my mark." They timed their movements precisely, sprinting between sheltered positions as Morak counted down each scanner cycle. The heavy pulse generators slowed their progress, but the tactic prevented immediate detection. The shuttle came into view as they crested a ridge, its engines already cycling for immediate departure. A Voraxian scout vessel appeared on the horizon, its weapon systems visibly charging. "Final sprint," Allen ordered. "No stopping." They abandoned all caution, running directly toward the waiting shuttle. The security team loaded the generators first while Allen supported Morak up the ramp. The Voraxian vessel accelerated toward them, weapons systems locked on their position. "Evade." Allen shouted as the hatch sealed behind them. Ensign Jackson, their pilot, initiated an immediate takeoff sequence, the engines screaming with strain. The shuttle lurched sideways as the first Voraxian energy burst streaked past, narrowly missing their port stabilizer. "Implementing terrain-hugging protocol," Jackson announced, dropping the shuttle into a narrow canyon system. The Voraxian scout followed, its larger size limiting maneuverability within the confined space. The shuttle banked sharply between canyon walls, alarms blaring as they exceeded operational parameters. A second energy burst clipped their rear stabilizer, sending the craft into a momentary spin that Jackson corrected with remarkable skill. "Stabilizer 3 at critical failure," the pilot reported calmly, compensating with manual thrust balancing. Allen secured the pulse generators with additional restraints as the shuttle bucked wildly. Status of integration components: intact, a technician confirmed, checking the sensitive equipment. But we'll need immediate engineering support upon arrival. The canyon widened, offering less cover but allowing greater speed. Jackson pushed the damaged shuttle to maximum velocity, gradually opening distance between them and the pursuing Voraxian craft. New coordinates received from Prometheus, Jackson reported. Captain Delaney has relocated launch position, adjusting course now. The shuttle cleared the canyon system, accelerating toward the new rendezvous point. Through the viewport, Allen saw the massive form of the Prometheus rising on emergency thrusters, its shuttle bay doors already open to receive them. On the Prometheus's bridge, Captain Delaney monitored both rescue operations simultaneously. The tactical display showed the Voraxian and Centauri vessels adjusting their positions, gradually tightening the cordon around the planet. Medical shuttle requesting emergency docking clearance, Lieutenant Chen announced. Multiple critical cases aboard. Shuttle 1 requesting approach vector, another officer reported. Reporting damage to stabilization systems and pursuing Voraxian vessel. Delaney calculated the timing. Each moment they remained on the surface increased their vulnerability, but launching before both shuttles docked would condemn dozens to death. Delay launch sequence, he ordered. Priority clearance for both incoming shuttles. Security teams to Shuttle Bay for immediate pulse generator retrieval. Chief Engineer Tanaka's voice came through the comm system. Captain, power redistribution protocols complete. Life support system stable for all occupied decks. Status of FTL drive. Insufficient power for immediate activation after launch, Tanaka reported. We'll need to clear the system on conventional propulsion before attempting faster than-light travel. Understood. Delaney turned to Security Chief Martinez. Deploy defensive drones in sphere formation. Priority targeting on any boarding craft. Martinez nodded, inputting commands that launched dozens of small defensive drones from external ports. The autonomous units formed a protective screen around the Prometheus, weapons systems active but conserving power until targets appeared. Internal security positions established, Martinez reported. Checkpoints at all critical systems access points. Personal defense weapons distributed to security teams and reman volunteers with military experience. The tactical display updated with alarming new data. 3 additional Voraxian warships appeared at the edge of the system, responding to Commander Drakar's call for reinforcements. Time to intercept, Delaney asked. Approximately 48 minutes at current velocity, Chen calculated. The main view screen activated without command input. Commander Drakar's reptilian features filled the display, vertical pupils narrowed to slits. Captain Delaney, my reinforcements have arrived. Your situation is now untenable. The Voraxian commander's mandibles clicked with what might have been satisfaction. I offer conditional terms. Surrender all remanned biological assets, and your vessel may depart with its human crew intact. Delaney stood, meeting the alien's gaze directly. The remands are sentient beings under the protection of Earth emergency protocols, not Dr. Purdy to be surrendered. Your terms are rejected. Then you have chosen extinction, Drakar replied, terminating the transmission. Medical shuttle docked, Chen reported. Emergency medical teams responding. On the shuttle bay's surveillance feed, Delaney watched Dr. Wells direct the organized chaos as critical patients were transferred from the shuttle. Dylan appeared, carrying Zara's unconscious form toward the waiting medical team. Shuttle 1 on final approach, the flight controller announced. Compensating for stabilizer damage. Security team standing by for pulse generator retrieval. The second shuttle limped into the bay, smoke trailing from its damaged stabilizer. Lieutenant Commander Allen's team emerged, immediately coordinating with the waiting engineers to transfer the pulse generators. All surface teams recovered, Chen confirmed. Total remand survivors aboard 794, 6 fewer than their last count. Delaney absorbed this information without visible reaction, though each loss weighed on him. "Begin launch sequence," he ordered. "All hands to emergency stations." The Prometheus shuddered as its main engines engaged, lifting the massive vessel from the planet's surface. Plasma exhaust created a blinding contrail that temporarily disrupted enemy targeting systems. In engineering, Allen supervised the rapid integration of the first pulse generator into the ship's defensive systems. Engineers worked frantically to dedication compatibility issues between the ancient remand technology and the Prometheus's modern systems. "Calibration complete on Generator 1, Allen reported to the bridge. "Target selection required." "Target lead Voraxian Scout," Delaney ordered. "Maximum effect." The hybrid system powered up, drawing enormous energy as it charged. A concentrated electromagnetic pulse erupted from the Prometheus, striking the approaching Voraxian Scout. The enemy vessel's systems overloaded instantly, its engines and weapons falling silent as it drifted off course. "Second generator requires additional calibration time," Allen reported, estimating 12 minutes to operational status. The Prometheus accelerated through the debris field surrounding the planet, using asteroid fragments as partial cover. Delaney implemented a complex evasive pattern, taking advantage of their superior maneuverability compared to the larger Voraxian warships. The Centauri vessel adjusted course, maintaining its blocking position between the Prometheus and the most direct escape vector. Multiple small craft launched from both Voraxian and Centauri vessels, converging on the human ship from different directions. "Point defense systems engaging," Martinez announced as the defensive drones intercepted the first wave of boarding craft. Explosions blossomed in space around the Prometheus as the drones claimed their targets. The ship continued to accelerate, pushing deeper into the debris field. The tactical display showed a narrowing corridor of space ahead, increasingly dominated by Voraxian forces, with the Centauri vessel cutting off their primary escape route. In the medical bay, Dr. Wells and Elder Kevin worked frantically to stabilize the critical patients. The Elder mixed remand biochemical compounds with human medical nanites, creating a treatment for the cryopod degradation issues. "Calibration required for each individual," Kevin explained as they administered the treatment to the first patient. "Their biochemistry varies based on lineage and radiation exposure." The treatment took effect immediately, stabilizing the patient's cellular degradation. Wells nodded with satisfaction and moved to the next critical case. Dylan refused to leave Zara's side despite repeated orders to report to his station. "I'll go when she's stable," he insisted as medical personnel worked around him. The Prometheus shuddered under enemy fire, its shields absorbing the initial assault as it climbed away from the devastated planet. The second electromagnetic pulse generator neared completion, engineers working at maximum speed to bring it online before the remaining Voraxian vessels closed within lethal range. Captain Delaney studied the tactical display, calculating their narrowing options as they fought to break free from the Kepler 186 system with their precious cargo of survivors. The true test of humanity's commitment had only just begun. "All available power to engines and defensive systems," Delaney ordered, his voice cutting through the cacophony of bridge alerts. "Take us through the debris field." The Prometheus lurched forward, acceleration pressing the crew into their stations. Impact warnings blared as smaller fragments pelted the hull, each collision sending tremors through the deck plating. "Hull integrity at 93%, Chen reported, fingers flying across her station. "Structural reinforcement fields compensating." In engineering, Allen connected the final calibration circuit to the second electromagnetic pulse generator. The system hummed to life, energy readings climbing rapidly on his display. "Bridge, second generator operational," he reported, awaiting target designation. Delaney studied the tactical display. "Target the Centauri vessel blocking our primary vector. Full discharge." The Prometheus shuddered as the electromagnetic pulse fired, crossing space in seconds before engulfing the Centauri ship. Its lights flickered and died, propulsion systems failing as the craft drifted out of formation. "Direct hit," Martinez confirmed. "Centauri vessel's propulsion and weapons offline. Estimated recovery time, 17 minutes. The tactical display updated, showing the remaining Voraxian vessels adjusting their positions, closing the gaps in their pursuit formation. The celebration was short-lived as proximity alarm Dr. Ounded. 6 Centauri attack craft launching from disabled vessel, Chen announced, moving to flanking positions. Delaney's teeth clenched. "Maintain course and speed. We need to push through their cordon before they can regroup." In the medical bay, alarms screamed from Zara's biobed. "Doctor." Wells rushed to the display, analyzing the rapidly deteriorating vital signs. "She's rejecting the treatment," Wells said, adjusting the medication delivery system. "Cellular degradation accelerating. We're losing her." Elder Kevin approached, his movements slow but deliberate. "There is another way, Doctor, an ancient technique from before our disaster." Wells looked up from the biobed. "I'm open to suggestions." "Neural synchronization," Kevin explained, placing a withered hand on Zara's forehead. "A compatible donor temporarily shares their neural patterns, stabilizing the recipient's degrading biological functions." "Is it safe?" Wells asked. "For the recipient, yes." Kevin's eyes met Wells. "For the donor, there are risks. Potential neurological damage if maintained too long." Dylan, who had refused to leave Zara's side, immediately stepped forward. "I'll do it." "Out of the question," Wells replied. "We have no data on cross-species compatibility. The risk is unacceptable." "There's no time to find a remand donor," Dylan insisted, watching Zara's life signs continue to fall. "And there's no guarantee any of them are strong enough to withstand the procedure." Wells hesitated, calculating odds against rapidly diminishing options. "The neural interface would require significant modification. We can adapt components from the cryostasis technology," one of the medical technicians suggested. "It's designed to interface with both human and remand biology." A violent shudder ran through the ship, throwing several staff against nearby equipment. The medical bay lights flickered momentarily. Wells made his decision. "Prepare the interface. We have minutes, not hours." On the bridge, Chief Engineer Tanaka's voice crackled over the comm. "Captain, main engines operating at 118% of rated capacity. At current output levels, we're looking at complete propulsion failure within 17 hours. Delaney absorbed this news as another tremor shook the ship. "Understood. Maintain current output until we clear the pursuit zone." Martinez studied her security displays with growing concern. "Captain, I'm detecting unusual energy signatures from the pursuing Voraxian vessels. They appear to be charging a coordinated weapons array." She paused, analyzing the data. "The configuration suggests they're attempting to disable rather than destroy us." "They want the ship intact," Delaney concluded, "along with their remand salvage." "Deploying remaining defensive drones in intercept pattern," Martinez responded, her fingers executing the commands. The tactical display showed the small autonomous units forming a protective screen behind the Prometheus. Lieutenant Park looked up from her station, excitement breaking through her professional demeanor. "Captain, I've been analyzing the remand star charts we recovered. There's something labeled as a temporal gravity anomaly approximately 2-3 light-years from our position." "Explain," Delaney said, moving to her station. Park displayed the charts on her screen. "It appears to be a region where unusual gravitational effects create unpredictable navigation conditions. If we route through it, pursuing vessels would have to reduce speed and proceed with extreme caution." while potentially crushing us like an eggshell, Chen added. Not if we skirt the edge, Park countered. The gravitational distortion would mask our energy signature while still providing cover. Delaney weighed the options as another impact rattled the ship. The tactical display showed the Voraxian forces closing their net with methodical precision. Plot the course, he ordered. Helm, prepare for vector change on my mark. In the medical bay, Dylan lay on a doctor-robbed adjacent to Zara's, a modified neural interface connecting their cerebral cortices. The apparatus hummed with power, lights pulsing in rhythm with both patients' brain activities. Neural synchronization initiating, a technician announced. Matching patterns at 20% and climbing. Dr. Wells monitored the readings with intense focus. Keep the connection stable. Too rapid an alignment could damage both neural structures. Dylan's consciousness began to blur at the edges. His perception shifted, fragmentary images flashing through his mind, vast underground cities illuminated by artificial suns, technological wonders beyond human understanding, generations of knowledge preserved through cultural memory. These weren't his memories. He glimpsed a propulsion system unlike anything in human science, operating on principles that bent spacetime through methods fundamentally different from Earth's FTL technology. The knowledge flooded his mind, overwhelming yet somehow comprehensible through Zara's perspective. Doctor, Elder Kevin said quietly, watching the neural activity displays. I'm detecting signs of soul-bending. Wells looked up sharply. What does that mean? A rare phenomenon in our medical history, Kevin explained. A permanent linking of consciousness between donor and recipient. It was considered sacred among my people. Permanent. Wells checked Dylan's readings, noting increasingly abnormal patterns. I need to terminate the connection. No, Kevin placed a restraining hand on Wells' arm. Look at her signs. Zara's vital signs had stabilized, the cellular degradation halting for the first time since her collapse. Her eyes fluttered beneath closed lids, consciousness returning. Their patterns are synchronizing, the technician reported. Both stabilizing. Wells studied the readouts with mixed relief and concern. We'll maintain the connection until she's fully stable, then separate them immediately. The Prometheus banked sharply, changing vector toward the gravitational anomaly. The pursuing Voraxian vessels hesitated momentarily before splitting their formation. Two immediately adjusted course to intercept, while the others maintained blocking positions. They're creating a pincer movement, Martinez observed. Regardless of our heading, they'll have us trapped. Let them try, Delaney replied. Distance to anomaly, 18 minutes at current speed, Chen reported. A priority communication alert flashed on Delaney's command console. Earth Command responding to our distress signal, he announced, opening the channel. The message that scrolled across his display froze the blood in his veins. United Earth Space Command had received diplomatic protests from both the Voraxian hegemony and Centauri Confederation, claiming human interference with their territorial salvage rights. Rather than supporting the rescue mission, Earth politicians were suggesting returning the remans to Voraxian custody to avoid interstellar incidents. The message concluded with a formal recall order. The Prometheus was to proceed to the nearest Earth outpost for consultation on the appropriate disposition of the remand refugees. Delaney stared at the message, the betrayal cutting deeper than any enemy attack. Everything they had fought for, the lives they had risked, all to be nullified by political expediency. Captain, Chen asked, noting his extended silence. Delaney closed the message. Call a senior staff meeting. Priority 1. He paused, gathering his dedication. And maintain course for the anomaly. As the Prometheus raced toward the gravitational distortion, sensors began detecting the leading edge of spatial abnormalities. The universe ahead seemed to warp and twist, reality itself becoming fluid and unpredictable. Behind them, the Voraxian vessels slowed their pursuit, clearly unwilling to charge blindly into the anomaly. Doctor, the moment, the hunters hesitated. On the medical bay biobed, Zara's eyes opened. She turned her head, gaze finding Dylan's across the short distance between them. Recognition flashed in her expression, not just of him, but of something deeper, a shared understanding transcending their separate identities. Dr. Wells moved to terminate the neural connection, only to find the system resisting his commands. The link has become self-sustaining, he reported. Standard disconnection protocols aren't working. The ship trembled as it encountered the first gravitational waves from the anomaly. Lights flickered throughout the vessel, systems fluctuating under the strain of the spatial distortions. In engineering, Tanaka frantically rerouted power to structural integrity fields. Bridge, we're experiencing energy pattern anomalies throughout all decks. The gravitational distortion is affecting power distribution nodes. The Prometheus pressed deeper into the anomaly, sensors providing contradictory navigational data as space itself seemed to fold around them. The pursuing Voraxian vessels hung back at the boundary, unwilling to follow. Captain Delaney stood at the center of his bridge, watching reality distort on the main view screen. His ship damaged, his crew exhausted, his mission now condemned by the very government that had sent him. 800 Reman lives and his own crew depended on decisions he would make in the coming hours, decisions that would forever alter humanity's place among the stars. The Prometheus shuddered again as another gravitational wave washed over the hull, and the true nature of the anomaly began to reveal itself. The viewscreen filled with chaotic distortions as the Prometheus pushed deeper into the gravitational anomaly. Captain Delaney's gaze lingered on the swirling patterns before he turned to face his bridge crew. Senior staff to the command conference room. Now, the command conference room vibrated subtly as Delaney took his position at the head of the table. Chief Engineer Tanaka, Security Chief Martinez, Dr. Wells, and Lieutenant Park filed in quickly, their faces etched with the strain of the past 7 to 2 hours. Delaney activated the secure display and brought up the message from Earth Command. I'll be direct. Our government has ordered us to surrender the Remans to Voraxian custody. Martinez's expression hardened. They're folding to diplomatic pressure. Precisely. Delaney swept his hand through the projection, enlarging the key sections. The Voraxians and Centauri have filed formal protests claiming salvage rights. Earth is prioritizing interstellar relations over 800 lives. They're calling them specimens, Park noted, disgust evident in her voice. Dr. Anaka leaned forward, arms braced against the table. What are our options, Captain? Limited and unappealing. Delaney called up the sensor data showing the pursuing vessels. We follow orders and condemn 800 sentient beings to experimentation or slavery. Or we refuse and become fugitives from our own government. Dr. Wells, who had arrived directly from the medical bay, looked physically exhausted. I've seen what Voraxian salvage operations did to the Remans we're treating. It's butchery disguised as research. Silence filled the room. The ship trembled again as another gravitational wave passed through the hull. I won't surrender them, Delaney said finally. I cannot justify following an order that violates every principle we claim to uphold, but I won't make this decision alone. Each of you must decide your position, understanding the consequences. He looked at each officer in turn. The decision would alter their lives irrevocably. Martinez spoke first. The security team's oath is to protect. The Remans are under our protection. I stand with your decision, Captain. Engineering supports you, Tanaka said without hesitation. We didn't join Space Command to become accomplices to slavery. Medical as well, Wells added. I won't hand patients over for dissection. Lieutenant Park nodded firmly. Navigation stands with you, sir. We'll find a path forward. Delaney felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Then we proceed as fugitives from Earth Command, committed to the safety of all souls aboard. Lieutenant Park, tactical assessment. Park activated the holographic display. The anomaly provides temporary cover, but the Voraxians have positioned vessels at all logical exit vectors. They're waiting for us to emerge. She highlighted multiple red markers. Their formation suggests they've predicted our most likely escape routes. Tanaka brought up engine schematics. We have more immediate problems. Coolant systems in sections 4 through 7 are failing. Energy output is fluctuating, and structural integrity fields are consuming more power than anticipated. He pointed to critical indicators. At current output levels, we face complete propulsion failure within 14 hours. Weapons status, Delaney asked. Capacitors at 6 to 3% and falling, Martinez reported. We've diverted power to maintain life support for the remand sections. If we engage in combat, we'll need to choose between fighting capacity and keeping them alive. Delaney absorbed the information. What about the neural link situation? Determination with unexpected benefits, Wells said. We implemented a modified disconnection protocol combining human and remand medical approaches. The link is severed, but Dylan retained fragments of remand technical knowledge specifically about their propulsion systems. Delaney's eyes narrowed. Explain. The remands developed drive technology based on gravitational wave manipulation rather than conventional spacetime distortion. According to Dylan, it requires less power and leaves a different energy doctor, Naturion potentially undetectable by Voraxian tracking systems. Tanaka straightened. That could be our way out. Gather a joint engineering team, Delaney ordered. Include Dylan and any remand technical specialists willing to assist. If there's a way to adapt our systems to incorporate this technology, find it. In the medical bay, Dr. Wells supervised the final neural separation procedures. Dylan sat upright on his biobed, eyes distant as his mind processed the fragments of alien knowledge now integrated within his consciousness. How do you feel? Wells asked, scanning him with a medical tricorder. Like I've spent a decade studying physics in a language I barely understand, Dylan replied. The concepts are there but fragmented. I see components, field equations, spatial folding principles, but connecting them is difficult. Across the room, Zara sat with Elder Kevin, her condition stabilized. She looked toward Dylan with recognition that transcended their brief acquaintance. Wells noticed the exchange. The soulbending Kevin mentionettes it permanent. Not exactly binding, Dylan said. More like echoes. I understand her in ways I can't explain, and I think she understands me. Zara approached them, moving carefully but with increasing strength. Your mind holds pieces of our science now, she said. We must complete the pattern. Elder Kevin, who had been monitoring Zara's recovery, joined them. Captain Delaney protected my people when your government would abandon us. We will help him in return. He activated his communication device, speaking rapidly in the flowing remand language. Within minutes, 7 remand engineers arrived at the medical bay. Among them was a silver-haired female whose bearing commanded immediate respect. This is Tella, Kevin explained, former lead scientist of our Propulsion Research Institute. Her team developed the gravitational drive technology. Tella stepped forward, studying Dylan intently. You carry fragments of our knowledge. Together, we can rebuild what was lost. The engineering bay transformed into a crucible of human and remand cooperation. Tanaka directed teams to disassemble non-critical components, while Tella and her engineers sketched complex field equations across multiple displays. Dylan moved between groups, translating concepts that defied direct linguistic conversion. The field doesn't push against space, he explained to a group of human engineers. It creates a gravity envelope that slides between existing gravitational waves. Tella adjusted his explanation, drawing a complex three-dimensional model. Your engines force space to move. Ours ask it politely. Zara joined them, her recovery accelerating. She pointed to a critical junction in the warp field generator. The modification must begin here. The wave initiator requires complete reconfiguration. As the teams worked, urgent communications arrived from life support control. Tanaka answered, his expression growing grim. "Captain, we have a critical failure in the environmental systems for Section C. 300 remans are losing atmosphere and temperature control." Delaney responded immediately. "Dispatch emergency teams. What's required to restore function?" "The main power relay has failed. It needs manual reset from inside maintenance shaft 47 Alpha." But Tanaka hesitated. "The shaft is exposed to radiation from the coolant leak in engine section 4. Protective equipment available but insufficient for full protection. Exposure will exceed safe limits." Before Delaney could respond, Lieutenant Ryan Allen stepped forward. "I can do it, sir. I've worked those systems before." "The radiation levels," Tanaka began. "I understand the risk," Allen interrupted. 300 lives against 1. Simple math, sir." Delaney met the young officer's eyes, recognizing the certainty there. "Proceed, Lieutenant. Maximum protective gear and minimum exposure time." The engineering team continued their work as Allen was equipped and briefed. The gravity anomaly intensified around them, causing equipment to shift on tables and displays to flicker. In the security center, Martinez received unexpected assistance. A group of 20 Reman cultural preservationists approached her team. "We maintained records of Voraxian communication protocols," their leader explained, "from previous encounters." Martinez studied the data they provided. "These are current encryption sequences." "Yes. They change infrequently, believing their language is too complex for others to decipher." A plan began forming in Martinez's mind. "If we could create false communications between their vessels, combined with sensor decoys mimicking our engine signature," the Reman added, completing her thought. Martinez immediately contacted Delaney. "Captain, I have a way to enhance our escape options." The situation deteriorated rapidly. Allen successfully reset the power relay in maintenance shaft 47 Alpha, restoring life support to the Reman section, but collapsed immediately afterward. Medical teams rushed him to treatment as radiation burn spread visibly across his exposed skin. "Radiation poisoning, extreme exposure," Dr. Wells reported to Delaney. "We've started cellular regeneration therapy, but the prognosis is grave." Meanwhile, long-range sensors detected 2 Voraxian vessels cautiously entering the edge of the anomaly. "They're using narrowband probes," Park reported from the bridge, "detecting fragments of our energy signature." A communication alert sounded on Delaney's console. "Direct transmission from Commander Drakar's vessel." The Voraxian commander's reptilian features filled the screen. "Captain Delaney, your situation grows desperate. I offer reasonable terms. Surrender half the Reman specimens, and you may depart with the remainder. A compromise benefiting both our interests." Delaney terminated the transmission without response, adhering to their communication silence protocol. More alarms sounded throughout the ship. Structural integrity warnings flashed across engineering consoles as microscopic fractures appeared in the outer hull plating. "The anomaly is contracting," Park announced, highlighting sensor data, "reducing our navigational cover by approximately 21% per hour." In engineering, Tanaka and the combined human Reman team raced to complete the propulsion modifications. "The hybrid system is at 86% completion," Tanaka reported. "The gravitational envelope forms, but stabilization is inconsistent." Dylan and Zara worked side by side, their shared knowledge creating a bridge between the different technological approaches. "The calibration sequence needs adjustment," Dylan said, pointing to waveform patterns on the display. Zara nodded, understanding immediately. "The resonance frequency must align with the ship's mass distribution." Delaney surveyed the tactical display, watching as their safe operating zone steadily diminished while the Voraxian vessels tightened their net. The Prometheus shuddered again as gravitational forces intensified. Prepare for our breakout attempt, he ordered. All sections stand by for Phase 1 implementation. Prepare for our breakout attempt, he ordered. All sections stand by for Phase 1. The ship-wide communication system activated, Delaney's voice reaching every compartment of the Prometheus. All personnel, initiate escape protocol. This is not a drill. We are executing a 3-phase escape plan effective immediately. In the sensor control room, Lieutenant Chang activated the modified sensor buoys, each programmed with specific emission patterns that mimic the Prometheus's signature. The small devices shot from their launch tubes, dispersing throughout the anomaly. Buoys deployed, Captain, generating multiple false signatures. On the bridge, Martinez accessed the Voraxian communication frequencies obtained from the Reman cultural preservationists. She activated the counterfeit protocols, her fingers dancing across the encryption interface. Broadcasting contradictory orders now, she reported. Sending false sighting reports to all Voraxian vessels. On the tactical display, the red markers representing enemy ships began to move, breaking their tight formation as they responded to phantom signals and conflicting commands. It's working, Park announced. Voraxian and Centauri vessels are dispersing into separate search patterns. Delaney nodded. Execute random course changes within the anomaly. Use the gravitational eddies to mask our intended exit vector. The Prometheus banked sharply, diving into a dense pocket of spatial distortion. The ship groaned under the stress, metal flexing beyond safe tolerances. Warning indicators flashed across engineering consoles. Hull integrity at 72% and falling, Tanaka reported. The anomaly is intensifying faster than predicted. A violent shudder ran through the vessel. On Deck 7, a primary support DRAM twisted under the gravitational strain, then tore free with a deafening crack. Metal fragments showered down as the beam collapsed, crushing equipment and trapping personnel beneath it. Emergency alerts flashed immediately. Medical emergency, Deck 7, Section C. The automated system's voice echoed through the corridors. Multiple casualties reported. Dr. Wells dispatched response teams instantly. Collins, take Team 2 to Deck 7. Prioritize the trapped personnel. She turned to her remaining doctor. Prepare triage stations here. We'll need burn treatment and trauma support. The medical teams rushed to the accident site, finding 15 Reman refugees and 3 human crew members pinned beneath the wreckage. Reman blood silvery blue and viscous mixed with human red across the deck plates as emergency responders worked to stabilize the victims. In main medical, Dr. Wells monitored Lieutenant Allen's deteriorating condition. The radiation poisoning had reached critical levels, his vital signs weakening despite the aggressive cellular regeneration therapy. Elder Kevin approached, watching the medical readouts with evident understanding. Your treatment will not save him, he said simply. Wells looked up sharply. We're doing everything possible. Yes, everything within human medical knowledge. Kevin removed a small container from his robes. We have a biological compound that might neutralize the radiation damage. Wells scanned the substance with her medical tricorder. This contains cellular reconstructors unlike anything in our database, but the molecular structure would interact unpredictably with human physiology. It has never been tested on humans, Kevin acknowledged. There are significant risks. They moved to Allen's bedside. The lieutenant's skin showed advanced radiation burns, tissue degradation advancing visibly. The compound represents your only remaining option, Kevin said quietly. Wells explained the experimental treatment and its unknown risks. Allen, barely conscious, nodded weakly. Do it, he whispered. Nothing to lose. Wells administered the compound, monitoring Allen's vitals as the alien substance entered his bloodstream. In engineering, the hybrid human Reman team completed final adjustments to the modified propulsion system. Gravitational wave manipulators integrated with conventional drive systems, Tanaka reported to the captain. We've achieved 92% efficiency, not perfect, but sufficient for our escape attempt. The power requirements, Delaney asked. Substantial. We've implemented rolling blackouts throughout non-essential sections. Tanaka displayed the power distribution grid. Life support remains prioritized, but corridor lighting, replicators, and recreational facilities are operating on minimal power. Delaney studied the readouts. What about the final phase? Can we execute the complete shutdown? Yes, but timing will be critical. Every non-essential system must deactivate simultaneously to minimize our energy signature during the exit. Tanaka highlighted the critical path. Life support will maintain minimum functionality through isolated backup cells. Navigation Doctor. Rely on manual stellar positioning. Distribute the emergency protocols, Delaney ordered. Every crew member needs their positioning assignment during the blackout. Throughout the ship, department heads received detailed instructions for the power-down sequence. Personnel moved to assigned emergency stations, preparing for operation without main power systems. In medical, Dr. Wells established a triage system for the power reduction, marking critical patients with color-coded indicators that would be visible under emergency lighting. We'll disconnect the neural monitoring equipment during blackout, she explained to Dylan and Zara. There's a risk your partially separated neural patterns could resynchronize without the stabilization field. What would happen? Dylan asked. Potentially deeper integration of your consciousness patterns, shared sensory experiences, memory overlap. Zara met Dylan's eyes. We accept this risk. The ship's escape takes priority. Throughout the Prometheus, Security Chief Martinez and her teams established defensive positions. Human crew members worked alongside Remand volunteers with military training, creating integrated units at key junctions. Each position must maintain communication during blackout, Martinez instructed. Use these analog devices. She distributed mechanical communication tubes that operated without power. If boarding occurs, defend your position until reinforcements arrive. On the bridge, Lieutenant Park recalculated their exit trajectory for the 17th time. The safe operating zone is down to less than 30%, Captain. Gravitational shear forces are generating unpredictable distortions along our planned route. She highlighted a narrow corridor on the tactical display. I've identified a potential window that coincides with a temporary weakness in the Voraxian perimeter. We'll have approximately 23 seconds to initiate our exit. Delaney nodded. Relay the coordinates to all stations. He activated the shipwide communication system one final time. This is Captain Delaney. In 5 minutes, we will execute our escape plan. The power shutdown will last approximately 15 minutes. During this time, maintain your positions and follow emergency protocols. He paused. I want to acknowledge that by defying Earth Command to protect the Remand survivors, we have become refugees ourselves. Whatever the outcome of our current situation, I am proud to serve with each of you. The bridge fell silent as final preparations completed. Status reports arrived from each department. Engineering confirmed the modified propulsion system ready for emergency activation. Medical reported all critical patients stabilized for minimum life support. Security verified defensive positions established. Begin power shutdown sequence, Delaney ordered. Systems throughout the Prometheus deactivated in carefully orchestrated phases. Main lighting yielded to the dim red glow of emergency illumination. Environmental controls quieted. Computer terminals went dark. The familiar background hum of ship systems faded to silence. In the eerie emergency lighting, crew members and refugees waited as the ship drifted deeper into the gravitational currents. The Prometheus's energy signature diminished below detection thresholds, becoming a ghost in the complex distortions of the anomaly. Lieutenant Park worked at the manual navigation controls, referencing paper star charts spread across her console. "Approaching exit point," she whispered. "Final course adjustment." Using minimal maneuvering thrusters, she positioned the ship precisely at the calculated coordinates. The view screen showed the narrowest section of the Voraxian perimeter ahead, a gap between two patrol vessels. "Exit point reached," Park confirmed. Delaney took a deep breath. "Implement exit strategy." The Prometheus slipped from the gravitational anomaly, emerging into normal space with all systems powered down. For 7 breathless minutes they drifted, completely vulnerable as the Voraxian patrol vessels continued their search patterns just 20,000 kilometers away. Park counted down the seconds silently, watching her chronometer. At the precise calculated moment, she nodded to Delaney. "Now," the captain ordered. In engineering, Tanaka initiated emergency power restoration and activated the modified propulsion system. Power surged through the ship, systems reactivating in rapid sequence. The hybrid drive technology engaged, creating a gravitational envelope around the vessel. The Prometheus accelerated smoothly, without the characteristic energy flare of conventional FTL transitions. On the tactical display, they watched as the Voraxian vessels suddenly activated weapons systems too late. The gravitational envelope closed around the ship, sliding them into superluminal velocity through localized spacetime distortion. "No pursuit signatures detected," Park announced. "The Voraxian tracking systems can't identify our modified drive emissions." The tension on the bridge eased slightly as the immediate threat of capture faded. Delaney ordered a complete damage assessment, receiving reports from all sections. 3 hull breaches on lower decks contained by emergency force fields, Tanaka reported. "Coolant leaks in engineering have contaminated 2 storage compartments. We've evacuated those areas and relocated supplies." "Casualties?" Delaney asked. "20 doctor, injured from the support beam collapse," Martinez answered. "No fatalities." Delaney allowed himself a moment of relief. They had successfully broken free with all 794 Remand refugees still aboard, but their situation remained precarious at best. "Senior staff, report to the conference room in 30 minutes, he ordered. "We need to determine our next course of action." In Medical Bay, Dr. Wells monitored Lieutenant Allen, whose condition had stabilized following the experimental remand treatment. The radiation poisoning symptoms showed signs of receding, cellular regeneration accelerating beyond normal human healing rates. Nearby, Dylan and Zara reported troubling symptoms after the power shutdown disrupted their neural separation protocols. "I can see through her eyes sometimes," Dylan explained. "Brief flashes of her perspective overlapping with mine. I experience his memories," Zara added. "Fragmented images of Earth locations I have never visited." Wells documented their condition, classifying it as unprecedented in either human or remand medical records. "We'll need to develop modified separation protocols. Your neural patterns have synchronized beyond our previous baseline." In the conference room, Delaney's senior staff gathered to assess their situation. The tactical display showed their current position relative to known space. "We face 3 significant challenges," Delaney began. "Limited supplies for nearly 800 refugees, fugitive status from Earth Command, and a propulsion system that cannot be maintained indefinitely with our current power configuration." The reality of their situation settled over the room. They had escaped immediate danger but had nowhere to go. A soft knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Elder Kevin entered, carrying an ancient data crystal. "Captain, I believe I may offer a potential solution." He inserted the crystal into the display console, activating a star chart unfamiliar to the human officers. "Before our evacuation, I preserved portions of our astronomical records. There exists a region beyond the jurisdiction of major powers, where an ancient trading post once served as neutral ground. The display magnified, showing a station built into a small asteroid. In your language, it would be called Sanctuary Station. It was abandoned centuries ago when trade routes shifted, but its basic infrastructure may remain intact. Delaney studied the coordinates. Distance, approximately 14 days at your current velocity, Kevin replied. Delaney considered their options. A forgotten station in unclaimed space represented significant uncertainty, but also their best hope for temporary refuge. Lieutenant Park, calculate a course to these coordinates. He turned to his senior staff. We need complete repair assessments and supply inventories. If this sanctuary station exists, we'll need to know exactly what resources we require. As the meeting dispersed and the new course was set, an unexpected development occurred deep within the ship's data core. The compressed Riemann genetic repository and neural pattern storage that Lieutenant Commander Allen had recovered continued integration with the ship's systems. The massive data structure began generating automated restoration protocols, lines of code appearing and replicating, as if preparing for eventual implementation. The activity went unnoticed by the busy crew, the autonomous processes running silently in background operations. Within the digital architecture, the preserved knowledge of Riemann civilization began organizing itself toward unknown Objective-ESA development that would soon reshape the futures of both species aboard the Prometheus. Delaney stared at the data crystal and the coordinates it displayed. Their situation remained precarious fugitives with dwindling supplies carrying nearly 800 refugees, but they now had a destination. Set course for Sanctuary Station, Lieutenant Park, he said, rising from his chair. We'll convene in 6 hours to review our resource allocation strategy. The senior staff dispersed to their stations, while Delaney returned to the bridge. He watched as Park plotted the new trajectory, the ship systems calculating optimal power configurations for their journey into unknown territory. 3 days into their journey towards Sanctuary Station, Chief Engineer Tanaka requested an urgent meeting with Captain Delaney. Her face appeared drawn as she entered his ready room, a data pad clutched in her hand. We have a problem, Captain. She placed the pad on his desk and activated a structural schematic of the Prometheus. Red fracture lines spread across the support struts like a web. The gravitational envelope generator is creating microscopic stress fractures throughout the ship's structural supports. Delaney studied the schematic. How serious? At current deterioration rates, catastrophic hull failure within 14 days. Tanaka manipulated the display to show a simulation of the progressive damage. The modified propulsion system works, but the gravitational stresses exceed design parameters for extended operation. Options. I've assembled a combined human Riemann engineering team. We've developed a theoretical solution involving reinforced alloy bracing with gravitational dampening field emitters. Tanaka swiped to a materials list. The problem is we lack several key components and specialized materials for permanent repairs. Delaney activated his communication panel. Lieutenant Park, report to my ready room. When Park arrived, Delaney explained the situation. We need materials for critical repairs. Initiate long-range scans of nearby systems. Look for resource deposits we can access without encountering other vessels. Park returned to the bridge and configured the sensor array for maximum range. 6 hours later, she forwarded her findings to Delaney's console. One system, designated RS-471, showed promising concentrations of rare minerals and met Dr. The detour will add 2 days to our journey, Park explained as they reviewed the scan data on the bridge. But orbital analysis indicates high concentrations of duranium and beryllium compounds, exactly what Chief Tanaka needs for structural reinforcement. Plot a course for RS-471, Delaney ordered, and maintain our modified emissions profile. We can't risk detection. In the medical bay, Dr. Wells conducted her daily examination of Lieutenant Allen. She recorded the results with growing interest. Your cellular regeneration rate has increased by another 8% since yesterday, she told Allen, studying the microscopic images on her screen. The radiation damage is nearly completely reversed, but your cells are showing remarkable adaptation. Allen flexed his hand, examining the skin where radiation burns had blistered just days before. The pain is gone. I feel stronger than before the exposure. Wells magnified the cellular scan. That's because you are. Your cellular structure has incorporated elements of Riemann biology. Your mitochondria have restructured to process energy more efficiently. She frowned. But your metabolic rate has accelerated. You're consuming calories at nearly twice the normal human rate. Is that Dr. Iruz? Not immediately, but we'll need to monitor and adjust your nutrition accordingly. She made notes in her data pad. Your condition provides valuable insights into Riemann biological compatibility. This could help us develop better treatments for other crew members. In another section of medical, Dylan and Zara sat inside a modified isolation chamber surrounded by electromagnetic field generators. Dr. Wells' assistant monitored their neural pattern on a specialized display. The buffer zones are stabilizing, the assistant reported. We're seeing a 40% reduction in pattern synchronization. Dylan opened his eyes. The overlap is less frequent. I still get flashes of Zara's perspective, but they're briefer, less disorienting. The shared memories remain, Zara added, but I can more clearly distinguish which experiences are his and which are mine. Dr. Wells nodded. The electromagnetic barriers are creating sufficient interference to maintain separation between your neural patterns. We'll continue the treatments twice daily. After leaving the isolation chamber, Dylan and Zara joined a communication coordination session in Conference Room 3. The room had been reconfigured with multiple workstations where humans and Riemanns worked side by side, developing translation protocols and cultural reference guidelines. The Riemann language contains 36 consonant sounds not present in standard English, Dylan explained to a group of communication specialists. Many of these convey emotional context critical to understanding. Zara activated a pronunciation guide. We've developed this reference system to help identify contextual meanings. Implementation across all departments should reduce misunderstandings by approximately 60%. Throughout the Prometheus, Security Chief Martinez supervised the comprehensive reorganization of the ship's compartments. Cargo Bay 3 had been converted into a sleeping area with stacked sleeping platforms. The Botanical Research Lab now served as a communal dining facility. Recreation areas operated on strict rotation schedules. Living quarters in Section D will access hygiene facilities from 600 to 800. Martinez instructed a group of both human crew members and Riemann refugees. Section E from 800 to 1,000. The schedule repeats every 12 hours. She distributed access cards coded to specific time slots. Water conservation remains critical. 3-minute maximum for all personal hygiene activities. On Deck 4, Elder Kevin moved slowly through a newly established workshop where Riemann engineers worked alongside human technicians. Despite his improving health, he still required a supporting cane, crafted from spare materials by a Riemann artisan. The plasma conduit design resembles our cooling systems for geothermal energy taps, a Riemann engineer explained to her human counterpart. If we modify the flow regulator using this configuration, efficiency should increase by 12%. Kevin observed with approval. Our people are finding purpose in this cooperation, he told a passing crew member. It eases the grief of losing our home. In another compartment, converted from a secondary storage area, Riemann cultural preservation specialists worked at terminals, transferring knowledge from memory to the ship's database. Our architectural records are now 60% complete, reported Trevin, a specialist in historical documentation. We've begun transcribing agricultural methods suitable for various planetary environments. Kevin nodded. Knowledge preserved is civilization maintained. Continue your work. The Prometheus reached the RS-471 system on the 5th day of their journey. The ship established orbit around the uninhabited planet, sensors confirming the mineral deposits identified in their preliminary scans. Captain Delaney authorized an expedition to the surface. Chief Tanaka will lead the resource collection team. Gather only what's necessary for the repairs. Minimize time on the surface. 2 shuttle craft departed the Prometheus, carrying 12 human crew members and 8 remanned specialists with geological expertise. They established a base camp near a substantial mineral deposit situated in a rocky basin surrounded by steep cliffs. Tanaka directed the deployment of mining equipment. Focus on extracting these beryllium compounds first, she instructed, marking locations on a terrain map. The remands will assess mineral purity while we handle extraction. On the Prometheus, Lieutenant Park monitored orbital scans when an anomalous signal appeared on her console. She adjusted sensor parameters, isolating the transmission pattern. "Captain," she called over the communication system, "I'm detecting an automated signal from the far side of the planet. Regular intervals, non-standard frequencies." "Origin?" Delaney asked. "Unknown. Signal characteristics don't match any cataloged patterns in our database." Park forwarded the analysis to the captain's console. "It appears to be a beacon of some kind." Delaney studied the signal pattern, maintained stealth protocols, adjust our orbit for visual confirmation of the source. The Prometheus maneuvered silently, using minimum thrusters to avoid detection. As they cleared the planet's horizon, forward sensors revealed an artificial structure in high orbit, an ancient space station slowly decaying toward the planet. Preliminary analysis suggests the station has been abandoned for centuries, Park reported. However, it maintains basic power functions. Delaney considered their options. "Chief Martinez, assemble a reconnaissance team. Investigate the station but maintain communication silence unless absolutely necessary. We can't risk exposing our position." Martinez selected her team carefully. 4 security personnel equipped with tactical gear and 2 remanned specialists with archaeological expertise. They boarded Shuttle 3 and approached the derelict structure with external lights deactivated, relying on passive sensors. Scans. Minutes later, the shuttle disappeared into the airlock of the ancient structure. Delaney stood at the command console, weighing their situation. On the planet below, Tanaka's team had located promising mineral deposits that would provide essential materials for ship repairs. Simultaneously, the derelict station represented both potential intelligence and unknown risk. Standing at this critical junction, he made his decision. "Lieutenant Park, establish a secure communication relay between all teams," Delaney ordered. "We'll pursue both objectives simultaneously." Park nodded, fingers dancing across her console. "Communication relay established, Captain. I've implemented automated status check protocols at 30-minute intervals." "Good." "Inform Chief Tanaka to proceed with material extraction, but to keep an eye out for anything unusual. The presence of that station suggests this system isn't as abandoned as it appears." Delaney activated the ship-wide communication system. "All personnel, this is the captain. We're facing multiple challenges that require immediate attention. Chief Engineer Tanaka will continue resource collection on the surface, while Security Chief Martinez investigates the orbital station. Both missions are critical to our survival." In the cramped confines of Shuttle 3, Martinez and her team approached the station's airlock. The ancient structure loomed before them, its angular architecture unlike any human or remanned design. Surface scarring indicated millennia of micrometeorite impacts. Approaching primary docking port, reported Ensign Carver, navigating with minimal thrust to maintain communication silence. Structure appears intact but unpowered. Trevin, one of the 2 reman specialists aboard, studied sensor readings of the station. Design suggests automated functionality, power levels minimal but persistent. The shuttle eased into the docking port with a gentle thud. Martinez activated her tactical gear. Suits sealed and checked. Remember, we're here to gather information, not to engage. Complete communication silence unless absolutely necessary. On the planet's surface, Chief Engineer Tanaka supervised the extraction of mineral deposits. The mining team had set up portable refiners near a cliff face rich with beryllium compounds when one of the reman geologists approached her. Chief Tanaka, we've detected unusual energy readings 50 meters east of our position, the reman reported, displaying a handheld scanner. The pattern suggests artificial construction beneath the surface. Tanaka examined the readings. Underground structures. This was supposed to be an uninhabited planet. The readings indicate an entrance concealed within that rock formation. The reman pointed toward a weathered outcropping. Tanaka tapped her communication device. Tanaka to Prometheus. We've located what appears to be an artificial structure beneath the surface. Requesting permission to investigate while the mineral extraction continues. Permission granted, Delaney's voice crackled through the communication relay. But proceed with caution. We don't know who built that station or what else they might have left behind. Tanaka selected 3 crew members and 2 reman specialists. They approached the rock formation, discovering a narrow passage that widened as they descended. The walls of the tunnel transitioned from natural stone to an engineered surface embedded with crystalline formations that emitted a soft blue glow. These crystals appear to be responding to our presence, noted one of the reman specialists, watching as the luminescence intensified near his hand. Bioluminescent reaction to movement or heat. The passage led deeper, the bioluminescent crystals providing sufficient light to indoctor-gate without auxiliary equipment. The crystals grew more numerous and complex in their arrangements as the team descended, forming intricate patterns that shifted and flowed in response to their movements. On the Prometheus, Lieutenant Commander Allen reviewed medical data in his quarters. His body still showed signs of radiation exposure, but the burns that had covered his arm's adductor chest had completely healed. According to Dr. Wells' latest scans, his cellular structure had fundamentally changed, incorporating elements of reman biology. His communication panel activated. Lieutenant Commander Allen, this is the bridge. Your presence is requested in Conference Room 1. Allen found Captain Delaney reviewing data from both expedition teams. Lieutenant Commander, how are you feeling? Better than expected, sir. Dr. Wells says my recovery rate exceeds normal parameters. Delaney nodded. Good, because I need your expertise. Martinez's team has restored power to additional sections of the station. They've discovered what appears to be a massive data storage facility. The captain activated a display showing Martinez's team moving through dimly lit corridors. The station's design suggests it was built by a species that specialized in information preservation. Martinez has designated them archivers based on initial findings. What have they found so far? Allen asked. Trevin has made progress deciphering their language. Delaney pulled up a series of symbols. He believes the station contains technical specifications that could solve our life support problems. I want you to lead the analysis team here on the Prometheus. Sir, with respect, my condition is exactly why I need you on this. Your enhanced cellular structure allows you to work longer periods without rest. We're running out of breathable air, Allen. Every hour counts. Allen straightened. Understood, sir. I'll assemble a team immediately. On the orbital station, Martinez's team had reached what appeared to be a central control hub. Trevin worked at a console, interfacing Riemann translation algorithms with the station's database. The language structure shares elements with several extinct dialects documented in our historical archives, Trevin explained. These archivers appear to have been dedicated to preserving knowledge from civilizations throughout the galaxy. Martinez examined a series of displays that had activated as they restored power to the section. Any indication of what happened to them? Not yet, but I've located technical specifications for various systems. Trevin manipulated the alien interface, including what appears to be an advanced atmospheric recycling system. The efficiency ratings exceed our current technology by several orders of magnitude. Download everything you can. Focus on the atmospheric system first. While Martinez's team explored the archiver station, Tanaka's expedition had reached a vast underground chamber dominated by a massive crystalline formation. The formation towered nearly 20 meters high, with smaller crystals branching outward in geometric patterns. The entire structure pulsed with bioluminescent energy, casting shifting patterns of light across the chamber walls. "Incredible," whispered Tanaka. "The formation appears to be the focal point of the entire complex." As human and Riemann team members approached the formation, the light patterns changed, responding differently to each species. When Tanaka reached out her hand, the nearest crystals emitted a pattern of blue-white light that followed her movements. When a Riemann geologist did the same, the response was a distinct amber-green pattern. The crystals respond to different biological signatures, Dr. Eman specialist observed. They must be at least partially organic in composition. Tanaka studied the formation with growing excitement. The Dr. crystals absorb and convert energy. If we could integrate them into our systems, they might provide a stable power source for the gravitational envelope generator. She carefully extracted sample collection tools from her kit. We'll take several smaller clusters for analysis. Back on the Prometheus, Dr. Wells and Elder Kevin addressed the ship's senior staff in the main conference room. "Our life support systems are degrading faster than anticipated," Dr. Wells reported. "At current consumption rates, we have approximately 6 dRys of viable atmosphere remaining." Elder Kevin leaned on his cane as he addressed the gathering. "We propose adapting Riemann stasis technology to create low-energy hibernation cycles. This would significantly reduce atmospheric demand, while Lieutenant Commander Allen's team implements the archiver technology." "How many would need to enter hibernation?" Delaney asked. 300 volunteers would extend our atmospheric viability by approximately 14 days, Dr. Wells answered. "Elder Kevin has already secured the necessary volunteers from among the Riemann refugees." Kevin nodded solemnly. "My people understand the necessity. Those with technical skills will remain active to assist with critical functions." In another section of the ship, Dylan and Zara coordinated communications between the various teams working throughout the vessel. Their partially synchronized neural patterns had proven unexpectedly valuable in bridging communication gaps between humans and Riemanns. "Engineering Team 4 requires assistance with PDRR allocation calculations," Dylan noted, reviewing incoming requests. "The Riemann mathematics use different base systems that are causing confusion." Zara nodded, experiencing a momentary flash of Dylan's thought process. "I'll connect them with the cultural liaison in Section 3. They've developed translation protocols for mathematical concepts." Dylan paused, rubbing his temple. "You're getting these too, the shared perceptions." "More frequently now," Zara confirmed. "Dr. Wells documented 3 instances yesterday where we simultaneously accessed shared knowledge without verbal communication. Their discussion was interrupted by an alert from the bridge." Lieutenant Park's voice came through the communication system. "All personnel be advised. Long-range sensors have detected 2 vessels entering the RS-471 system, identified as a Voraxian scout ship and a United Earth Space Command cruiser. All departments implement enhanced stealth protocols immediately. The situation had just become significantly more complex. Their pursuers had found them. "Battle stations," Delaney ordered, his voice cutting through the shocked silence on the bridge. "Lieutenant Ross, implement enhanced stealth protocols immediately. All non-essential systems offline." The bridge erupted into controlled activity as crew members executed his commands with practiced efficiency. "Captain," Ross reported, "both vessels are conducting standard search patterns. Estimated Tim Doctor, after they reach our position, 18 hours. Delaney nodded, quickly analyzing the tactical situation. The Prometheus remained hidden in the planet's shadow, but that advantage wouldn't last forever. He needed to address multiple crises simultaneously while evading two hostile forces. "We need a coordinated approach." Delaney activated the ship-wide communication system. "Senior officers to Conference Room 1, immediately." Within minutes, the available leadership team assembled. Dr. Wells appeared on the display screen, remaining in the medical bay to monitor the remanned volunteers in hibernation. "Our situation has become significantly more complex," Delaney began. "We have two hostile ships searching the system, failing life support systems, and teams conducting critical missions both on the planet and the Archiver station." He stood and activated the tactical display. "We'll divide our resources into 3 teams. Lieutenant Commander Allen will lead Team Alpha aboard the Prometheus to implement the Archiver atmospheric technology immediately." Allen nodded. "We've already begun preliminary analysis of the technical specifications. With reman assistance, we can convert 3 auxiliary cargo bays into processing chambers. Team Beta," Delaney continued, "will be led by Lieutenant Park. Take 4 security personnel and the remanned structural engineer Corvat. Your mission is to extract Tanaka's team from the underground facility." Park straightened. "Weather conditions on the surface are deteriorating, sir. The electrical storm has intensified." "Acknowledged, but we can't leave them stranded. Team Gamma will be led by Lieutenant Ross, coordinating with Martinez's group on the Archiver station to complete data collection and secure their retreat path." Ross glanced at Zara, who sat beside him. Their synchronized neural patterns had already anticipated the assignment. "All communications will remain in silent mode. Lieutenant Ross and Zara will implement a modified communication system using crystalline components salvaged from damaged remanned Techno-DRY. This should provide us with secure channels resistant to detection." "What about the approaching vessels?" asked Allen. "We maintain our position in the planet's shadow, all external communications silenced, minimal power usage. We track them using passive sensors only. If they detect us before our teams return and our modifications are complete." He didn't need to finish the sentence. Everyone understood the stakes. "Teams deploy in 30 minutes. Dismissed." As the officers dispersed, Dr. Wells requested a private channel with Delaney. "Captain, I need to inform you about Elder Kevin's condition. He's experiencing neural degradation similar to failed cryostasis cases. I believe it's a delayed reaction to the radiation treatment." Delaney's expression tightened. "Prognosis? Uncertain. Hours, perhaps a day. He's requested to speak with you privately. I'll be there immediately." Lieutenant Commander Allen stood in Cargo Bay 3, surveying the space that would soon become a critical component of their survival. His body ached from the cellular changes, but he pushed the discomfort aside. "The Archiver design incorporates principles similar to reman purification systems," explained a reman technician named Lorvac. "Their approach creates a molecular reconfiguration cascade that captures carbon dioxide and separates it into oxygen and carbon with 98% efficiency." Allen studied the schematic DRN his data pad. "We can repurpose the environmental control systems from these storage units and integrate them with the main life support." He mapped out work assignments, dividing the available personnel into specialized teams. His enhanced recovery abilities allowed him to maintain focus despite having been awake for over 30 hours. "Begin disassembly of these bulkheads," he directed. "We need to expose the environmental conduits to integrate the archiver specifications." As the teams began work, Dr. Wells entered the cargo bay carrying portable medical equipment. "Regular monitoring, as promised," she said, scanning Alan with a handheld device. "Your cellular structure continues to show unprecedented adaptation. The radiation damage has been completely refilled with hybrid tissue." Alan rolled up his sleeve, revealing skin that appeared normal but with a subtle iridescent quality visible under certain light. "Any concerns?" he asked. Wells examined the readings. "Your metabolic rate has increased by 22% since yesterday. I'm detecting increased neural activity in your frontal cortex and cerebellum. It's as if your brain is rewiring itself to handle the physiological changes." "Is it dangerous?" "Unknown," Wells admitted. "But at this point the benefits outweigh the risks. Just keep me informed of any unusual symptoms." Alan nodded and returned to his work. With each passing hour, the cargo bay transformed. Walls opened to reveal circuitry and ventilation systems. REM doctor technicians worked alongside human engineers, combining their knowledge to integrate the archiver designs. 8 hours into the installation, Alan activated the first processing chamber. The system hummed to life, indicators shifting from red to amber to green as the sequence completed. "Air quality analysis," he ordered. A technician checked the readings. "Oxygen levels rising, Captain. Carbon dioxide decreasing. Efficiency rating at 47% above our baseline systems." Alan allowed Dr. himself a brief smile. "Inform Dr. Wells we can begin releasing select remans from hibernation. We need their technical expertise to accelerate the installation of the remaining chambers." In the medical bay, Captain Delaney stood beside Elder Kevin's bed. The remand leader's skin had taken on a grayish cast, his breathing shallow but steady. "I suspected this would happen," Kevin said, his voice weaker than when Delaney had last spoken with him. "The treatment was experimental, a reasonable risk given our circumstances." "Dr. Wells is pursuing alternative treatments," Delaney assured him. Kevin raised a hand. "My time concludes. This is the way of things, but our people must continue." He gestured for Delaney to come closer. "I have initiated the succession protocol. Leadership transfers to a council of 5 specialists, including Zara." From a small container beside his bed, Kevin removed a crystalline object the size of a thumbnail. It pulsed with internal light. "This contains our ancestral memories. Traditionally, it transfers to the next elder, but circumstances require adaptation. Give this to Zara. Her neural synchronization with Lieutenant Ross creates a unique opportunity, a bridge between our peoples." Delaney accepted the crystal. "I'll ensure she receives it." Kevin nodded, exhaustion evident in his movements. "Captain, the archiver station and the underground facility are connected." "Not physically, but in purpose. The archivers studied the crystals, created repositories of knowledge. What Tanaka found below and what Martinez discovered above are parts of the same legacy." His eyes closed briefly before he forced them open again. "Find the connection. It matters more than you know." Lieutenant Park led her team through the intensifying electrical storm, their shuttle bucking against hurricane-force winds. "This is as close as we can safely get," Park announced, studying the navigation display. "We'll need to set down in that ravine and proceed on foot." The shuttle descended through turbulent air currents, landing with a heavy thud in a natural channel between 2 rock formations. The team donned environmental suits designed for extreme conditions. "Distance to target, 14 kilometers, reported Ensign Vega, checking the coordinates. "Communication with the Prometheus will be intermittent at best in these conditions." Park nodded. "Corvette, take point. Your Reman visual acuity will be valuable in this visibility. The Reman structural engineer activated his suit's enhanced sensors. I detect significant electrical activity in the atmosphere. Our suits will provide limited protection, but direct lightning strikes would be catastrophic. The team exited the shuttle, immediately buffeted by powerful winds. They moved in tight formation, navigating between rock outcroppings as lightning illuminated the landscape in brilliant flashes. "Stay low," Park ordered as a particularly violent electrical discharge struck nearby, temporarily overloading their suit sensors. They pushed forward, reaching the coordinates of the tunnel entrance after 4 to 2 minutes of grueling progress. The entrance lay sealed, a solid door of unknown material blocking access. "The facility's gone into lockdown," Corvette observed, examining the sealed entrance. Security protocols activated when the team triggered something inside. Park scanned the surrounding area. "We need an alternative entry point. Corvette, what would Reman designers include in a facility like this?" The engineer considered for a moment. Maintenance access. No matter how advanced the civilization, physical systems require maintenance. He activated his suit's ground-penetrating sensors. "There is a secondary shaft approximately 20 meters east of our position." The team located a narrow utility passage concealed by rock formations. Park removed the covering, revealing a dark tunnel barely wide enough for their environmental suits. "Tight quarters," she commented. "Corvette, can you determine if there are active defense systems?" The Reman engineer inserted a probe into the passage, detecting minimal power signatures, likely automated maintenance protocols rather than defensive systems. "We proceed with caution. Weapons ready but secured. Our priority is reaching Tanaka's team, not engaging unknown systems." One by one, they entered the narrow shaft, lighting their way with suit-mounted illumination. The passage angled downward, eventually connecting to a wider service corridor lined with crystalline formations that emitted soft blue light. "These match the descriptions from Tanaka's team," Park noted. "Corvette, any insights on these formations?" The Reman examined the crystals without touching them. "They appear to be responsive to our presence. The luminescence increases as we approach. I recommend minimal contact until we understand their properties better." The team advanced through the maintenance corridors, bypassing several automated systems using techniques derived from Martinez's discoveries on the Archiver station. The crystal's luminescence provided sufficient light, rendering their suit illumination unnecessary. "I'm detecting multiple life signs ahead," Vega reported, matching signatures with Tanaka's team. Park activated her communication system. "Chief Engineer Tanaka, this is Lieutenant Park. Do you copy?" After several seconds of static, Tanaka's voice came through. "Lieutenant Park, this is Tanaka. We're in a secondary laboratory adjacent to the central crystal chamber. The facility's security systems have us trapped. We're approaching your position through maintenance corridors. Stand by for extraction." As Park's team navigated the final section of corridor, they encountered a sensor array that triggered an alarm. Red light bathed the passage as heavy doors began to close throughout the facility. "Move," Park ordered. "The facility's implementing a complete lockdown." On the Archiver station, Martinez watched as Trevin worked with intense concentration at the control interface. The stasis pod before them contained what appeared to be an Archiver individual, tall, slender, with multifaceted eyes visible even through the frosted surface of the pod. "Translation algorithms are functioning at 32% accuracy," Trevin reported. "Sufficient to understand basic commands and responses." Martinez studied the pod's control systems. "Are life signs stable?" "Yes. Unlike the other specimens in this section, this individual is in suspended animation rather than preserved post-mortem." She activated her communication device. "Martinez to Prometheus. We've discovered a viable Archiver in stasis." Request permission to attempt revival procedure. The response came through the modified crystalline communication system developed by Ross and Zara, clear despite the distance. This is Captain Delaney. Proceed with revival under controlled conditions. The knowledge this being possesses could be critical to our survival. Lieutenant Ross is coordinating with your team to secure your retreat path. Acknowledged, Captain. Martinez turned to Trevin. Begin revival sequence. Trevin manipulated the alien controls with precision. The stasis pod hummed with increasing energy as its internal systems activated. The frosted surface cleared, revealing the archiver in greater detail. Its skin had a subtle metallic quality, and what Martinez had initially taken for clothing appeared to be specialized organs integrated into its body. Vital signs strengthening, Trevin reported. Neural activity increasing to consciousness threshold. The pod opened with a soft hiss. The archiver's multifaceted eyes opened, revealing irises that shifted color in rapid sequence. It sat up with fluid grace, regarding the team with evident curiosity rather than alarm. Specialized organs in its neck and forehead emitted patterns of light that pulsed in complex sequences. It's attempting to communicate, Trevin observed, adjusting his translation device. The light patterns share similarities with the crystal communication methods we observed in the data archives. Martinez maintained a non-threatening posture. Can you establish a basic translation protocol? Working on it. The patterns appear to represent conceptual packages rather than individual words. Trevin made further adjustments. I'm detecting recognizable sequence greetings, inquiry, identity. The archiver continued its light-based communication, adding subtle hand gestures with its 7-fingered hands. After several minutes, Trevin's device produced rudimentary translations. I am Sentinel Keeper Valak, the translation rendered. Long cycle completed. Query. Identity purpose presence. Martinez responded slowly, allowing Trevin's device to convert her words into light patterns. I am Security Chief Martinez of the vessel Prometheus. We seek knowledge to ensure survival. The archiver Valak processed this information, its eyes shifting through color patterns. The response came as both light and a series of musical tones. Humans and others, together, unexpected convergence. Trevin adjusted his translation parameters. The archiver recognizes both species but seems surprised by our cooperation. Martinez nodded. Sentinel Keeper Valak, we require information about atmospheric recycling technology documented in this station's archives. Our vessel faces life support failure. Valak's response came quicker this time, the translation more coherent as Trevin's algorithms adapted. Archives accessible. Purpose of station, preservation of knowledge, including atmosphere manipulation. The archiver rose from the pod with deliberate movements, its height impressive as it towered over even the tallest team member. It approached a control interface and placed its 7-fingered hands on the surface. The entire section illuminated, displays activating throughout the chamber. Archivers documented many species, Valak communicated. Humans, remands, also those pursuing you. Martinez exchanged glances with Trevin. You know of our situation. Station sensors active. Detected vessels entering system. Identify as Voraxian and human military. Both classified in archives as harvester cultures. Take resources and knowledge from others. This confirmation validated their caution. Martinez activated her communication device. Captain, the archiver confirms the Voraxian and Earth Command classifications as exploitative species. The archiver, identified as Sentinel Keeper Valak, appears willing to assist us. As Valak continued accessing the station's systems, an alert sounded throughout the chamber. The archiver's light patterns intensified, the translation coming through with urgency. Danger. Earth vessel altering course. Direct approach to planet. Will detect your hidden ship soon. Aboard the Prometheus, Captain Delaney received the simultaneous alerts from both teams with growing concern. The tactical display confirmed Valek's warning the Earth command cruiser had altered course, heading directly toward the planet on a trajectory that would bring it dangerously close to their position within hours. Long-range scans detecting multiple small objects launching from the Earth vessel, reported the sensor officer. Consistent with sensor drones designed to detect FTL radiation signatures. Delaney studied the tactical display. The Voraxian scout ship continued its methodical search pattern in another sector, but the Earth command cruiser's change in course suggested they had detected something suspicious. Time until their sensor range includes our position. Approximately 4 hours, Captain. Delaney faced a critical decision: maintain their hidden position and risk discovery, or power up enough systems to change position and potentially reveal themselves through the movement. Lieutenant Commander Allen, status of the atmospheric processing chambers. Allen's voice came through the communication system. First chamber operational, Captain. Air quality in connected sections improved by 47%. We've released 50 reman volunteers from hibernation to accelerate installation of the remaining chambers. Estimated time until full implementation: 36 hours minimum for complete integration, sir, but we'll have sufficient capacity to maintain viable atmosphere in 12 hours. Delaney nodded. Lieutenant Park, status of the extraction team. Park's transmission came through with interference from the electrical storm. We've located Chief Engineer Tanaka's team, Captain, but the facility is implementing a complete lockdown sequence. Tanaka has obtained crystal samples critical to our power requirements. We need to exit before the facility seals permanently. Lieutenant Ross, status of Team Gamma. Martinez has established contact with the Archiver individual, sir. They're accessing critical data from the station archives. The Archiver confirms both pursuing vessels represent threats. Delaney processed this information, weighing their limited options. Their fate hinged on decisions he would make in the next few minute decisions that would determine whether they escaped this system, or found themselves caught between two powerful enemies. Delaney surveyed the tactical display. The twin threats of Earth Command and Voraxian vessels converging toward their position with methodical precision. Minutes, not hours, remained before discovery became inevitable. We need all teams aboard immediately, he said, his voice calm despite the pressure. And we need options. Lieutenant Commander Allen approached the command station, his appearance subtly altered. The enhanced cellular regeneration had continued progressing, creating features that blended human and reman characteristics. His skin exhibited a faint metallic sheen under the bridge lighting. Captain, I believe we can extract both teams simultaneously, Allen said. The atmospheric processing chambers are operational. All 3 recycling systems are functioning at peak efficiency. Air quality readings are actually exceeding Earth standard specifications by 15%. That's the first good news I've heard, Delaney replied, but it doesn't solve our immediate extraction problem. Allen nodded. I've been reviewing the data Dylan provided after his neural episode. He experienced something significant when Zara received Elder Kevin's memory crystal. The insights he gained are revolutionary. With specific modifications to our propulsion system, we could generate a gravitational distortion field. A what? A field that would extend our signature remasking capabilities beyond the ship's immediate vicinity. It could temporarily envelope both the planet's surface and the Archiver station. Delaney considered this. You're proposing we reveal our position momentarily to extract both teams? Yes, sir. The field would mask energy signatures within its radius while providing sufficient gravitational assistance to help the damaged shuttle achieve escape velocity. How confident are you in these modifications? Allen hesitated. They exceed safety parameters by significant margins, but given our tactical situation, I see no alternatives. Make it happen. You have 30 minutes. As Alan departed, Delaney opened a ship-wide channel. Attention all personnel. Prepare for emergency departure. All department heads report readiness status. Release remaining remans from hibernation cycles. On the planet's surface, Lieutenant Park's team emerged from the underground facility with Tanaka's expedition just as the final bulkhead sealed behind them. The electrical storm had momentarily subsided, creating a window for communications. Prometheus, this is Lieutenant Park. We've secured Tanaka's team and the crystal samples, requesting immediate extraction. Tanaka approached Park, carefully carrying a containment unit. Inside, crystal formations remained precisely arranged in the exact configurations they'd been in, racked it in. Lieutenant, these aren't just power sources, Tanaka said. The facility's defense systems responded to them as living entities. They required protection, not security. Park looked skeptical. Living crystals? Not exactly, Mira, the remand specialist, interjected. But they exhibit properties consistent with semisentient systems. We discovered that by arranging them in specific formations matching those throughout the facility, we could temporarily pause security protocols. That's how you survived the lockdown, Park realized. Tanaka nodded. More importantly, I've documented quantum resonance patterns in these formations that synchronize with compatible biological nervous systems. The energy output exceeds any conventional power generation method by orders of magnitude. The Prometheus needs power, Park noted. That makes these samples critical. Beyond that, Tanaka continued, I've identified similarities between these resonance patterns and the neural synchronization experienced by Dylan and Zara. These crystals might provide solutions for both our power problems and their condition. Their shuttle's engines whined as the pilot initiated the launch sequence. The vessel lifted several meters off the ground before a brilliant flash of lightning struck nearby. Systems flickered, and the shuttle dropped back to the surface with a hard impact. Propulsion system damaged, the pilot reported. Electromagnetic surge from the storm. We can't achieve escape velocity. Park checked the tactical display. Earth Command and Voraxian drones are converging on our position. We have minutes at most. Her communication device activated. Lieutenant Park, this is Captain Delaney. We're implementing an emergency extraction plan. Prepare for gravitational distortion in approximately 15 minutes. Secure all personnel and equipment. Acknowledged, Captain, but our shuttle can't achieve lift. The distortion field will assist with that. Just be ready. In the Archiver station, Security Chief Martinez watched as Sentinel Keeper Valak accessed the central database. The tall, slender being's multifaceted eyes shifted colors as it processed information at extraordinary speed. Archives confirm multiple outposts established throughout sector, Valak communicated through Trevin's translation system. 3 remain viable after dormancy cycle. Would recognize Archiver authorization codes. Safe harbors beyond reach of pursuing vessels. Martinez watched as navigation data transferred to her device. This is invaluable, Sentinel Keeper. We're grateful for your assistance. Valak turned toward her, light patterns emanating from specialized organs in its neck and forehead. Request transport aboard your vessel. Proper suspension procedures required for stasis return. Without them, permanent neural damage results. Martinez exchanged glances with Trevin. You want to come with us? Offer complete Archiver knowledge access, assistance with outpost interfaces, exchange for passage. Before Martinez could respond, her communication device activated. Chief Martinez, this is Captain Delaney. We're initiating emergency extraction in 12 minutes. The Earth Command Cruiser has launched comprehensive drone swarms. Detection is imminent. Understood, Captain. We've obtained critical data on Archiver outposts that could provide safe harbor. Additionally, The Sentinel Keeper Valak is requesting transport aboard Prometheus. A brief pause. Explain the request. The Archiver can't return to stasis without proper procedures. In exchange for Paz Doctor, Valak offers complete access to Archiver knowledge and assistance with outpost interfaces. Another pause. Make your assessment, Chief. If you believe the benefits outweigh the risks, bring the Archiver, but maintain security protocols. Acknowledged, Captain. Martinez turned to Valak. Sentinel Keeper, we accept your offer of passage. We must depart, Doctor, immediately. Valak inclined its head, light patterns pulsing in what the translation system identified as acknowledgement. Aboard the Prometheus, Dylan Ross sat in the medical bay, Dr. Wells monitoring his neural patterns. The episode triggered by Zara's receipt of Elder Kevin's memory crystal had temporarily overwhelmed his consciousness, but the fragments of ancestral remand memories remained vivid. I saw them, Dylan said, quiet doctor. Ancient remands in direct contact with archivers. They weren't seeking asylum, they were reclaiming a heritage. Dr. Wells adjusted a sensor. Your neural patterns are stabilizing, but the synchronization with Zara has intensified. The crystals are the key, Dylan insisted. I saw crystal-based propulsion systems far more advanced than our current modifications. With the right configurations, we could increase efficiency by at least 300%. The ship's intercom activated. Dylan Ross to engineering immediately. This is Alan. Dylan stood, steadier than Dr. Wells expected. The gravitational distortion field, they're implementing it. Should you be moving around so soon after an episode? There's no choice. Without these modifications, the extraction will fail. In engineering, Alan worked frantically to implement the crystal-derived propulsion modifications. Dylan joined him, immediately moving to a control interface. We need to reconfigure the field harmonics, Dylan said without preamble. The base frequency needs to match the resonance pattern I observed in the Archiver memory fragments. Alan studied the schematics Dylan began inputting. This exceeds safety parameters by, I know, Dylan interrupted. But it's our only option for extending the distortion field far enough to cover both teams. As they worked, Zara entered engineering, accompanied by 4 other remands. Her bearing had changed subtly since receiving Elder Kevin's memory crystal. The Remand Council has reached a decision, she announced. Elder Kevin's final revelation about our evolutionary connection to the Archivers has transformed our understanding of our history. We will pursue this ancestral link rather than seeking refuge in human-controlled space. Alan looked up from his work. You're not seeking asylum anymore. We seek to reclaim our heritage, Zara clarified. The outposts Martinez discovered may be more than safe harbors, they may be our rightful home. One existential crisis at a time, Dylan said without looking up from his calculations. Right now, we need to get everyone aboard and away from here alive. On the bridge, Captain Delaney received the final preparations report. All remaining remands released from hibernation. Atmospheric systems functioning at 115% of original specifications. Gravitational distortion field modifications complete. Time until drone detection range includes our position. 3 minutes, Captain. Delaney nodded. Begin power-up sequence for the modified propulsion system. Target the far side of the planet with an energy signature strong enough to draw attention. The tactical officer worked his controls. Diversionary signature activated, Captain. Both pursuing vessels are adjusting course to investigate. Now, Lieutenant Commander Allen, initiate the gravitational distortion field. Full power. The Prometheus vibrated as the experimental system engaged. On the main view screen, a translucent field expanded outward from the ship, growing to encompass both the planet's surface where Park's team waited and the distant Archiver station. Field stability at 87%, reported the operations officer. Holding. Both teams report ready for extraction, Captain. Delaney gripped the arms of his command chair. Begin extraction sequence. Let's bring everyone home. Begin extraction sequence. Let's bring everyone home. The Prometheus shuddered as the gravitational distortion field activated, expanding outward from the ship like ripples in a pond. On the main view screen, the translucent energy bubble grew rapidly, encompassing both the planet's surface and the distant Archiver station. Field expansion exceeding projected parameters, Captain, Alan reported, eyes widening at his console readings. The crystal integration is amplifying the effect by 47% beyond our calculations. Delaney gripped his chair tighter as the deck plates vibrated beneath them. Can we maintain structural integrity? For now, Alan replied, fingers dancing across his controls. But we're pushing well beyond safety limits. Throughout the ship, the integrated crystal components pulsed with energy, their lattice structures resonating with the samples scattered across various systems. The harmonic patterns intensified, creating visible distortions in the space surrounding the vessel. On the planet's surface, Lieutenant Park felt a sudden shift in gravity. Her team stumbled as the ground beneath them seemed to ripple. "What's happening?" asked one of her security officers, struggling to maintain balance. The damaged shuttle resting nearby emitted a high-pitched whine as its system spontaneously reactivated. Inside the cargo bay, the crystal samples began to glow, pulsing in a synchronized pattern. "The crystals," Tanaka said, moving quickly toward the shuttle. "They're responding to the gravitational field." Park activated her comm unit. "Prometheus, our shuttle's systems are coming back online. The crystals appear to be interacting with your distortion field." The pilot's voice called from the cockpit. "Lieutenant, propulsion systems showing 72% functionality. We might be able to achieve lift. Everyone aboard now," Park ordered, helping Tanaka secure the containment unit. "The field is giving us the boost we need." As they boarded the shuttle, Park noticed the crystal samples intensifying their glow, energy patterns swirling within their structures. The shuttle lifted off the ground with surprising ease, the gravitational pull from the Prometheus providing additional thrust. "We're achieving escape velocity," the pilot announced, surprise evident in his voice. "The damaged system shouldn't allow this, but something's compensating." Through the viewport, Park watched as they ascended through turbulent storm clouds. Lightning flashed around them but seemed to bend away from their trajectory. "The distortion field is masking our signature," she realized. "Earth Command drones are passing right by us." In the Archiver station, Martinez felt the structure groan around them as the gravitational distortion field enveloped their position. "The station's integrity is compromising," Trevin warned, checking readings on a portable scanner. "This distortion field is putting significant stress on the support structure." Martinez nodded, downloading the final data packets from the Archiver terminal. "Sentinel Keeper, we need to depart immediately." Valek's multifaceted eyes shifted through a spectrum of colors as the tall being disconnected from the terminal. "Transfer complete. Critical historical data secured. Evolutionary lineage confirmation included." "Our shuttle's ready," Martinez said, pocketing the data storage device. "Captain Delaney has extended the field to assist our departure." As they moved through the station, metal supports creaked ominously above them. A section of ceiling collapsed behind them, narrowly missing Trevin. "Station structural failure imminent," Valek communicated, light patterns pulsing rapidly across its neck. "Accelerated departure recommended." They reached the docking bay just as another support beam buckled. The shuttle's engines were already primed, its systems responding to the gravitational pull from the Prometheus. "Everyone secure," Martinez ordered as they boarded. "Pilot, take us out. Use the gravitational pull to accelerate our trajectory." The shuttle detached from the station and immediately lurched forward, caught in the gravitational current flowing toward the Prometheus. Through the viewports, Martinez observed the station beginning to buckle under the stress as they pulled away. "Prometheus, This is Martinez. We're en route with the Sentinel Keeper aboard. Data extraction complete. Aboard the Prometheus, alarms blared throughout Deck 4 as 3 support beams buckled under the strain of the gravitational distortion. Evacuate sections 12 through 14 immediately, ordered the security officer. Structural integrity failing. Remand refugees hurried through corridors as emergency bulkheads began to seal. Engineering crews rushed to implement reinforcement protocols, applying temporary braces to critical junctions. On the bridge, Delaney received the damage report. Status on the evacuation. Complete, Captain. All personnel clear of the affected sections, reported the security officer. Engineering teams implementing emergency reinforcement procedures. The ship's frame groaned audibly, metal stress points approaching failure thresholds throughout multiple decks. Incoming transmission from Lieutenant Park's shuttle, the communications officer announced. Chief Engineer Tanaka is providing reinforcement recommendations for our structural systems. Delaney nodded, routed directly to engineering. Allen, can we maintain the field long enough for both shuttles to dock? The crystal modifications are preventing catastrophic collapse, Allen replied, his face tense with concentration. But we're operating well beyond design specifications. We need to complete the extraction within the next 7 minutes before critical systems fail. In engineering, Dylan Ross worked frantically at a control station when a sudden spike of pain shot through his temples. He gasped, gripping the console as neural pathways in his brain activated simultaneously. Images flooded his consciousness, ancient structures, star charts, and crystal formations beyond anything humans had developed. Zara appeared at his side, her expression mirroring his pain. You feel it too. The crystal resonance, Dylan managed through clenched teeth. It's amplifying our connection. Their shared consciousness delved deeper into Elder Kevin's memory crystal, accessing information previously locked behind neural barriers. A specific location crystallized in their mind's massive installation orbiting a blue-white star. Genesis Sanctuary, Zara whispered, the name appearing in both their thoughts simultaneously. Dylan saw it clearly, an outpost designed specifically for remand physiology, containing technologies and environments perfectly adapted to their needs. Not just a temporary refuge, but a permanent home. Coordinates, Dylan said, fingers moving across the console despite his disorientation. I need to log these before the connection fades. Lieutenant Park's shuttle on final approach, reported the operations officer. Docking Bay 1 prepared to receive them. On the tactical display, Delaney watched as Earth Command forces responded to the energy surge. They've detected us. The cruiser is altering course to intercept, and they've launched additional drone swarms. The Voraxian scout ship is also responding, added the tactical officer. They're deploying what appear to be boarding craft on projected intercept trajectories. They're anticipating the collapse of our gravitational field, Delaney realized, preparing to strike once we're visible again. The operations officer looked up from his console. Lieutenant Park's shuttle has successfully docked, Captain. Engineering teams are securing the crystal samples for immediate transfer to the containment facility. Chief Martinez's shuttle is 2 Dr. Nuts from docking, the tactical officer reported. Maintaining position within the distortion field's coverage. Delaney nodded. Prepare for immediate departure once both shuttles are secure. We'll need to execute our deception strategy the moment we drop the gravitational field. In the docking bay, Lieutenant Park's team disembarked from their shuttle. Medical personnel immediately attended to injured expedition members, while engineering crews carefully transported the crystal containment unit. These samples need to go directly to the specialized facility doctor. Wells prepared, Tanaka instructed, staying close to the containment unit. The security protocols we encountered suggest these aren't mere power source. They respond as if they're sentient. Park nodded. I'll report to the bridge. The captain needs to know about the facility's response to these crystals. In the adjacent docking bay, Martinez's shuttle completed its approach sequence. As the airlock sealed and pressurized, Sentinel Keeper Valak emerged, towering over the human crew members. The Archiver's slender form moved with surprising grace despite the unfamiliar environment. The effect on the Reman refugees gathered nearby was immediate. They stepped forward collectively, drawn to the ancient being by some unseen connection. Light patterns emanated from specialized organs in Valak's neck and forehead, communicating in ways beyond human comprehension. Sanctuary species confirmed, Valak communicated through Treven's translation system. Genetic markers preserved across evolutionary divergence. Purpose maintained despite separation. Zara approached the Archiver, her posture reflecting a mixture of reverence and recognition. You know what we are. Created to preserve Archiver genetic heritage during civilization hibernation phase, Valak explained. One of multiple sanctuary species established throughout galaxy sectors. Your lineage specifically designed for environmental adaptability while maintaining core cognitive architecture. Both shuttles secured, Captain, reported the operations officer. All personnel aboard. Delaney didn't hesitate. Deactivate the gravitational distortion field. Lieutenant Commander Allen, prepare for immediate high-energy launch using conventional propulsion. As the distortion field collapsed, the Prometheus immediately executed a maximum thrust sequence, accelerating rapidly along a vector toward the system's outer boundary. Simultaneously, Allen activated the modified crystal drive in a different direction, creating two distinct energy signatures. Earth command vessels are splitting their pursuit, the tactical officer reported with satisfaction. The cruiser is deploying interceptors to follow our conventional energy trail. The Varaxian scout is adjusting course to track the gravitational distortions. Excellent, Delaney said. Plot course through the asteroid field at coordinates 227 Mark 43. We'll use the debris for additional cover once we're beyond immediate sensor range. The Prometheus slipped through the narrow corridor between the divided pursuit forces, gaining crucial distance before either group recognized the deception. We've cleared immediate detection range, Captain, reported the tactical officer. Both pursuit groups are realizing the deception, but we've gained approximately 27 minutes before they can regroup. Allen approached the captain's chair. The crystal-modified propulsion system has stabilized, sir, but we're experiencing power regulation issues. We can maintain current speed for approximately 76 hours before requiring significant adjustments. That should get us to the outer boundary of this system, Delaney noted. What about DRSC coordinates Dylan Ross provided? This Genesis Sanctuary. Based on initial calculations, we could reach the location in approximately 12 days at current speed, Allen replied, assuming we purpose the power regulation issues. Delaney studied the star chart displaying their projected course. The path ahead took them through several uncharted systems, away from both Earth command influence and Varaxian territory. Status report on our new guest. Sentinel Keeper Valak is currently meeting with the Reman Council led by Zara, reported the communications officer. Dr. Wells has begun preliminary medical examination with the Archiver's cooperation, and the crystal samples recovered from the planet, secured in the containment facility, Captain. Chief Engineer Tanaka reports unusual behavior when placed in proximity to our propulsion systems. They appear to be synchronizing energy outputs, improving efficiency by approximately 22%. Delaney considered this information. Have Tanaka investigate further. If these crystals can extend our operational range, that could prove crucial. As the Prometheus accelerated away from RS-471, Delaney gazed at the starfield ahead. They had crossed a line-defying Earth command, aiding refugees deemed dangerous by their government, and now fleeing with an alien being aboard. There would be no return to Earth, no welcoming ports at human colonies. Set course for the coordinates provided by Dylan Ross, Delaney ordered. Let's find this Genesis sanctuary. Captain Delaney studied the star chart, tracing their projected course with a steady finger. The journey to Genesis Sanctuary stretched before them through uncharted space, a vast unknown filled with both danger and possibility. Establish a war room in Briefing Room 2, Delaney ordered, rising from the command chair. I want hourly reports on our pursuit status and defense readiness. Within hours, the war room transformed into the nerve center of their escape operation. Tactical displays showed the Prometheus's position relative to the last known locations of Earth Command and Voraxian vessels. Martinez coordinated security teams who monitored long-range sensor feed doctor their faces, illuminated by the blue glow of detection screens. Our modified stealth profile is holding, Martinez reported 3 days into their journey. But these crystal integrations create energy patterns unlike anything in our databases. Alan nodded, his face drawn with fatigue. The crystals resist conventional containment. They communicate with each other across our systems. Delaney noticed Alan's hand trembling as he adjusted a display setting. When did you last sleep, Commander? I'm fine, Captain, Alan replied, his voice steady despite his obvious exhaustion. Dr. Wells appeared at Delaney's side, data pad in hand. He's not fine. Lieutenant Commander Allen needs to report to medical immediately. In the medical bay, Wells examined Allen with growing concern. Under specialized scanning equipment, Allen's skin revealed subtle patterns of luminescence that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. How long has this been happening? Wells asked, adjusting the scanner to capture the phenomenon. 3 days, Allen admitted. It started after I recalibrated the primary crystal array. Wells compared the scan results with Allen's previous medical records. Your cellular structure is reorganizing at the molecular level. These patterns match the crystalline formations we found on RS-471. Allen stared at his hands, where the faint glow became visible even to the naked eye when he flexed his fingers. I can feel the ship's systems, not just understand them. I know when power fluctuations will occur before the sensors register them. Your neural patterns have changed too, Wells said, displaying a comparative brain scan. These synchronization markers weren't present last week. Will it kill me? Allen asked directly. Wells hesitated. I don't know. But your cognitive functions appear intact, enhanced, even. Your engineering test scores exceed your previous baselines by 17%. Allen nodded. I need to get back to engineering. Tanaka and I are implementing the crystal integration program. I'm keeping you under observation, Wells insisted. Daily scans minimum. In engineering, Chief Tanaka directed a team of technicians as they carefully positioned crystal clusters throughout the propulsion system. No, the geometric alignment must be precise. Tanaka instructed a technician who was installing a crystal node. 4 to 3 degrees, not 4 to 2. The patterns matter. Allen entered, immediately drawn to the largest crystal formation at the center of the room. We should arrange in a helix pattern like the chamber configurations on RS-471. Tanaka looked up, surprise evident on his face. How did you know I was considering that? I just see it, Allen replied, approaching the main console. His fingers danced across the interface, calculating adjustments with unprecedented speed. This configuration will increase efficiency by 37% and reduce our thermal signature by nearly half. Tanaka watched as the simulation confirmed Allen's predictions. That's exactly right. He lowered his voice. Your hands were glowing just now. Did you notice? Allen nodded grimly. Doctor. Wells is monitoring it. The crystals are changing me, but I understand them better now. We need a specialized team, your best engineers working with the Riemann crystal specialists. Already assembling them, Tanaka confirmed. The Remans have intuitive knowledge about crystal harmonics that exceeds our theoretical models. Dylan Ross sat bolt upright in his quarters, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. The room spun around him as images flooded his consciousness: schematics, coordinates, genetic sequences, and technology beyond human development. His door chimed, then slid open without waiting for his response. Zara stood there, her face pale. "You felt it too," she said, "Ente Dr. G without invitation." Dylan nodded, struggling to process the information surging through his mind. "It's the radiation in this sector. It's activating something in the memory crystal." "Genesis Sanctuary," Zara said, sitting beside him on the bed. "I can see it clearly now, not just a refuge, but a restoration point." Dylan focused on specific images coalescing in his mind. Medical systems designed specifically for Reman physiology. Neural interfaces compatible with your brain structure. Zara's eyes widened. Treatment protocols for radiation exposure. Her hand unconsciously touched her side where Dr. Wells had identified cellular deterioration from long-term radiation sickness. "We need to document everything before it fades," Dylan said, moving to his desk terminal. As they worked, their movements synchronized with uncanny precision, completing each other's inputs without verbal communication. The terminal screen filled with technical specifications and medical protocols far beyond current human understanding. In a repurposed storage bay, Sentinel Keeper Valak arranged crystal samples in a precise geometric pattern. The towering archiver moved with deliberate grace, light patterns flowing across specialized organs in its neck as it studied each crystal's response. "You requested to see me?" Captain Delaney asked, entering the makeshift laboratory. "Confirmation obtained of suspected properties," Valak responded, the translation system converting its light patterns to speech. "These are not mere power sources. They are consciousness matrices." "Meaning what exactly?" "Storage systems for neural patterns," Valak explained. "Designed for transfer between compatible organic and inorganic systems. Your ancestral classification would approximate as soul vessels." Delaney approached the crystal arrangement cautiously. "Is that why they respond to emotional states, to thoughts?" "Correct. They form symbiotic relationships with compatible biological entities." Valak's light patterns intensified. "Your Lieutenant Commander Allen demonstrates advanced integration signs. Is he in danger?" "Transformation differs from danger," Valak replied. "He becomes bridge between human understanding and crystal consciousness." Delaney considered this information. And Dylan Ross and Zara, their connection to Elder Kevin's memory crystal. "Similar principle, different manifestation," Valak explained. "Their neural patterns synchronize through crystal medium. Solution exists within these samples." Before Delaney could inquire further, his communicator activated. "Captain to the bridge. Priority alert from Security Chief Martinez." On the bridge, Martinez displayed a decoded transmission sequence. "We detected this signal 90 minutes ago on no known frequency or protocol." "Origin point?" Delaney asked. "Ahead of our current trajectory," Martinez replied. "The message contains coordinates and what appear to be access sequences." He highlighted sections of the decoded message. "These match patterns Valak provided for archiver outposts." Delaney studied the information. "Analysis. It could be a trap," Martinez said, "or it could be assistance from another archiver outpost. The signal contains no identifiable threat markers, but that doesn't guarantee safety." Delaney nodded thoughtfully. "Plot these coordinates against our course to Genesis Sanctuary. We need to determine if investigating this signal would require significant deviation." As Martinez worked, the ship's sensors registered a massive debris field ahead. "Captain," the science officer called out. Long-range scans show a debris field spanning several million kilometers. Multiple civilization signatures detected, including some matching archiver design patterns. "Full sensor sweep," Delaney ordered. Deploy reconnaissance drones to map a safe passage. The crew worked efficiently, mapping the hazardous region. Within hours, the drone data revealed something unexpected at the center of the debris field. There's an intact structure, the science officer reported. An automated facility of some kind. Despite external damage, internal systems appear operational. The signal originated from that facility, Martinez confirmed, and scans indicate resources that could resupply our critical systems. Delaney weighed their options. The opportunity for supplies was tempting, but the risk of deviation from their course to Genesis Sanctuary concerned him. Before he could decide, Zara and a team of remand specialists arrived on the bridge. "Captain," Zara said urgently, "we've identified spatial distortions throughout the debris field. They match navigation network patterns from our ancestral records." "Nav Doctor Tian Network," Delaney asked. "Ancient pathways connecting distant points in space," she explained. "With Valak's assistance, we believe we could use our crystal-enhanced propulsion system to access this network. Reducing our travel time to Genesis Sanctuary by what margin? Potentially 60–70%, she replied. "But we need materials from that way station to complete the necessary modifications." Delaney nodded decisively. "Prepare an expedition team. Lieutenant Park will lead with security personnel, engineers, and remand specialists. Include Trevin for his expertise with archiver systems." As the team assembled, Dr. Wells approached with new concerns. "Captain, I need to speak with you about crew members who have had direct contact with the crystal technology." "Walk with me," Delaney said, heading toward the shuttle bay where the expedition was preparing. "Several crew members are showing cellular changes similar to Alan's," Wells explained. "Less pronounced but following the same pattern. Are they in danger? That's unclear. These individuals are demonstrating enhanced healing capabilities and resistance to fatigue. I've implemented mandatory examinations for all personnel with crystal exposure." They reached the shuttle bay where Lieutenant Park's team was loading equipment into a modified shuttle. The vessel's propulsion system had been augmented with crystal technology to minimize detection risk. "Trevin," Delaney called to the remand linguist, "your expertise with archiver language will be essential for interfacing with the station systems." Trevin nodded. "I am prepared, Captain." "Lieutenant Park," Delaney continued, "your primary objective is to secure supplies for our crystal propulsion integration and analyze the navigation network access points. Secondary objective is to gather any functional technology or information that might aid our journey." "Understood, Captain," Park replied. "Team is ready and briefed on protocols." As the expedition boarded their shuttle, a priority alert sounded from the tactical station. "Captain," the tactical officer called over the comm. "Long-range sensors have detected a Voraxian hunter-killer group entering the outer boundary of this system." Delaney's expression hardened. "Analysis: 5 ships, specialized pursuit configuration. They're equipped for tracking through debris fields and other challenging environments. Time estimate until they locate our position. At current search patterns, less than 40 hours. Delaney turned to Lieutenant Park. "Your mission just became time-critical. Get what we need and return as quickly as possible." As the shuttle launched toward the way station, Delaney returned to the bridge, studying the tactical display showing the approaching Voraxian vessels. "They've found our trail," he said quietly. "Now we're running out of time." "Time," Delaney said, analyzing the tactical display. He turned to the bridge crew, decision crystallizing in his mind. "We have no choice. Prepare to advance toward the way station at 1/4 thrust. Maintain minimal power signatures." "Sir." The helmsman glanced back, brow furrowed. "Doctor, that puts us directly in the Voraxian search pattern." "I'm aware. But Lieutenant Park's team needs extraction, and we need those supplies." Delaney activated the shipwide comm. "Chief Tanaka, report to the bridge immediately." Within minutes, Tanaka arrived, his normally composed demeanor strained. Captain, prepare the crystal propulsion system for emergency activation according to Valak's specifications. We're implementing a dual approach rescue and escape. Tanaka nodded. We'll need Alan's assistance. His connection to the crystals has progressed beyond theoretical understanding. Get him involved as soon as Dr. Wells clears him. Delaney turned to Martinez. Deploy your modified defensive drones. Create a screen of false signatures to confuse their tracking systems. Martinez's fingers flew across his console. Deploying now, Captain. Programming multiple phantom targets on divergent vectors. The bridge quieted as everyone focused on their tasks. The tactical display updated moments later, showing the Voraxian vessel's positions. It's working, Martinez reported. 2 Voraxian ships are diverting to investigate our decoys. One still heading toward the way station. 1 is better than 5, Delaney said. Helm, proceed on course, 1/4 thrust. The Prometheus moved forward, the viewscreen displaying the distant way station amidst the vast debris field. Inside the way station, Lieutenant Park surveyed the 7 stasis pods his team had discovered. Each contained an archiver in suspended animation, their elongated forms visible through frosted panels. Their systems are ancient, Trevin said, examining the control interfaces, yet still functional after millennia. Park activated his communicator. Park to Prometheus. We've located 7 archivers in stasis. Request instructions. After a brief delay, the captain's voice responded. A Voraxian vessel is approaching your position. How quickly can you evacuate? The pods are interconnected with the station systems, Park replied. Disconnection will take time we don't have. Consult with Sentinel Keeper Valak, Delaney ordered. Valak's translated voice came through moments later. Analyze life sign strength patterns. Transfer strongest 3 to shuttle. Remaining 4 can be relocated through navigation network protocols. Park nodded to Trevin, who immediately began interfacing with the stasis pod systems. These 3 show most stable patterns, Trevin indicated, highlighting pods on the monitoring display. I can initiate transfer protocols while the team collects the remaining supplies. Do it, Park ordered. Engineering team, complete salvage of power regulation components. Security, assist with pod transfer. The team worked with practiced efficiency, disconnecting the 3 selected pods and carefully moving them toward their shuttle. Trevin remained at the control station, programming an emergency relocation sequence for the remaining 4 pods. Relocating to network node S17, Trevin announced. It's dormant but stable. They can potentially be retrieved later. A loud metallic groan echoed through the chamber, followed by warning alarms. Structural integrity failing, a security officer reported, checking readings on his scanner. Multiple support systems showing critical stress factors. Finish loading and prepare for immediate evacuation, Park ordered. Trevin, complete that sequence and join us at the shuttle. The station shuddered violently. Dust and debris showered from overhead conduits as support beams twisted under unseen pressures. Centuries of micro-impacts have weakened the superstructure, an engineer explained. Our activities must have triggered a cascade failure. Park supervised the final loading of salvaged materials and technology. The 3 archiver stasis pods were secured in the shuttle's cargo section, surrounded by protective barriers. A thunderous crack split the air, followed by screams and the hiss of escaping atmosphere. The main corridor collapsed, a massive bulkhead crashing down. Trevin, DRRK called out, activating his communicator. Trevin, respond. After 10 seconds, Trevin's voice came through, strained but clear. We are cut off. Myself and officers Chen and Kapoor. Minor injuries only. Hold position, Park replied, bringing up station schematics on his tactical display. There's a maintenance conduit network that runs parallel to the main corridor. Access point should be in section 23B near your position. Confirmed, we see it. Trevin's voice remained calm. We will proceed through maintenance conduits and rejoin at docking port. Move quickly. This entire structure is coming apart. On the Prometheus, Dr. Wells stood back from Alan's biobed, reviewing scan results with growing concern. Alan's skin now displayed subtle crystalline patterns that pulsed with light synchronized perfectly to the ship's integrated crystal systems. "How do you feel?" Wells asked, noting Alan's neural readings exceeding normal human parameters by factors of 10. "Connected," Alan replied, his voice steady. "I can sense the ship's systems. The crystal matrix feels like an extension of my consciousness." Wells nodded. "Your brain activity suggests a partial transfer of consciousness into the crystal matrix itself. I've never seen anything like it." "It's not dangerous," Alan said with certainty. "It's evolution, adaptation." He sat up, the crystalline patterns beneath his skin brightening. "I need to get to engineering. I understand how to activate the navigation network now." Wells hesitated, then nodded. "I'll continue monitoring your condition remotely. Any symptoms of distress you report immediately." Alan stood, movements fluid and precise. "The crystals are tools, Doctor. I'm learning to use them properly." Dylan and Zara sat facing each other in Dylan's quarters, Elder Kevin's memory crystal between them. Their hands rested lightly on its faceted surface, eyes closed in concentration. "The harmonics," Zara murmured. "I see the pattern now." Dylan nodded. "The navigation network requires precise alignment between propulsion crystals and neural patterns." "That's why Alan changed," Zara said, opening her eyes. "His system naturally synchronized with the crystal technology. But we don't all need to transform," Dylan realized. "We just need one operator fully connected to interface with the system." Zara stood quickly. "We need to share this with the captain and Chief Tanaka." "Voraxian vessel has detected us," Martinez reported from Tactical. "They're launching interceptors." Delaney's expression remained steady. "Maintain course toward the way station. Activate defensive systems." "Interceptors on approach vector," Martinez announced. "Weapons locked. Implement the Archiver defensive technology." Martinez executed the command sequence. The ship hummed as energy redirected through newly integrated systems. A translucent barrier formed around the Prometheus, shimmering with patterns unlike standard shields. "Interceptors firing," Martinez reported. The viewscreen showed enemy weapons fire striking the barrier, energy dissipating harmlessly across its surface. "Their weapons are ineffective against this technology," Martinez said, unable to hide his satisfaction. "They're not in the Voraxian tactical database." "They'll adapt," Delaney replied. "But this buys us time for extraction." Status of Lieutenant Park's team. "Their shuttle is preparing for launch. The way station is experiencing catastrophic structural failures." Delaney watched the distant station beginning to break apart on the interface. "Hold position. Prepare for precision rendezvous." Lieutenant Park strapped himself into the pilot's seat as the shuttle's engines powered up. Emergency lights flashed throughout the way station, accompanied by the screech of tearing metal. "Trevin, status," Park demanded through his communicator. "Approaching docking port," Trevin replied, voice strained. "Officer Chen injured. We're assisting him." "Power core destabilizing," the engineer at secondary controls warned. "Complete destruction imminent." Park engaged thrusters, holding the shuttle steady as the docking port door slid open. Trevin appeared, supporting Officer Chen while Officer Kapoor guarded their rear. They stumbled aboard, Kapoor sealing the hatch behind them. "Chen's leg is broken," Trevin reported as the security team administered first aid. "Everyone secure," Park announced. "Launching now." The shuttle detached from the deteriorating station, thrusters firing at maximum output. Behind them, massive sections of the way station began breaking apart, creating a rapidly expanding debris field. "Prometheus in range," the communications officer reported. "They're creating a protected approach corridor with some kind of energy barrier." Park adjusted course, guiding the shuttle toward the shimmering protection of the Prometheus's defensive field. Through the viewport, he could see Voraxian interceptors regrouping for another attack run. "They're modifying their weapons," Trevin observed. "Adapting to the barrier properties. Prometheus reports they're modulating barrier frequency in response," the communications officer relayed. "We have a clear path to docking Bay 3. The shuttle accelerated through the protective corridor, debris from the disintegrating way station flying past on all sides. Behind them, the way station's power core reached critical failure, erupting in a massive explosion that engulfed everything within its radius. Sensors temporarily blinded by the explosion, the science officer reported. All vessels in the area affected. "This is our window," Delaney said decisively. "Confirm shuttle secure in docking bay." "Confirmed, Captain. All personnel aboard." "Implement navigation network protocols now," Delaney ordered. "Lieutenant Commander Allen, take your position." Allen stepped forward to the modified control console. He placed his hands on the crystal-integrated surface, the patterns beneath his skin intensifying to brilliant luminescence. The propulsion crystals throughout the ship responded, their energy signatures chronizing with Allen's neural pattern. Valak stood nearby, light patterns flowing across specialized organs in its neck, providing harmonic adjustments, stabilizing resonance patterns. "What exactly are we creating?" Delaney asked. "Resonance gateway," Valak explained. "Transfer between harmonically aligned locations without traversing intervening space. Different principles than conventional faster-than-light travel." The ship vibrated as gravitational distortions increased around them. Ahead, a tunnel of crystalline energy formed, connecting their position to a distant point in space. "Secure all stations for transit," Delaney ordered. "Doctor." "Wells, ensure the archiver stasis pods are properly stabilized." "Secured in medical bay, Captain," Wells confirmed through the comm. "Voraxian vessel emerging from sensor blindness," Martinez warned. "They're launching a full weapons barrage." The energy barrier around the Prometheus flared as it absorbed the first wave of attacks. "Barrier integrity failing," Martinez reported as consoles sparked around the bridge. "Hull breaches on decks 7 through 9. Emergency force fields engaged." "Evacuate affected sections," Delaney ordered. He turned to Allen. "We need that gateway now." Allen's eyes had taken on the same crystalline luminescence as his skin. "Gateway stable. Transit path established to network node approximately 71, 3 light-years from current position, significantly closer to Genesis Sanctuary." "Take us through," Delaney commanded. The Prometheus accelerated toward the crystalline tunnel, the final Voraxian weapons impacting against the ship's aft sections as it entered the resonance gateway. Reality seemed to fold around them. Each crew member experienced the transition differently, humans reporting disorientation and sensory dissociation, while the remanned refugees described familiar, almost comforting sensations. The ship emerged at a distant node in the navigation network, systems automatically stabilizing as normal space reasserted itself around them. "Transit complete," Allen announced, his voice carrying unusual harmonics. "Position confirmed. We have traveled 71, 4 light-years, approximately 65% of journey to Genesis Sanctuary complete." "Damage report," Delaney ordered, surveying the bridge where several systems smoked from overloads. "Multiple systems at reduced functionality," Martinez reported. "Energy reserves at critical levels. Life support stable but operating at minimum efficiency. No immediate pursuit detected. Begin damage assessment and repairs," Delaney commanded. "Prioritize life support and defensive capabilities." As the crew turned to their tasks, Delaney studied the long-range sensor display. The immediate danger had passed, but the path ahead remained challenging. According to Valak, they would need one more navigation network transit to reach their destination. "Captain," the communications officer called, Long-range communications detecting a signal matching Earth command protocols. Source: following our general course, sir, not preceding us. It appears to be an Earth vessel that has broken from the pursuit fleet. Delaney considered this information carefully. An Earth vessel following rather than leading the pursuit suggested different intentions than forced return, perhaps an attempt at independent contact. Monitor the signal, Delaney ordered, but maintain communication silence for now. We need more information before we respond. He turned his attention to the 3 archiver stasis pods they had recovered. According to Valak, these beings had been in suspended animation for over 6,000 years, far longer than Valak itself. Their knowledge might prove invaluable, but proper revival would require specialized equipment available only at their destination. As repairs began throughout the ship, Delaney faced a complex series of decisions that would determine not only their survival, but potentially the future of multiple species now dependent on reaching Genesis Sanctuary. "Captain," Martinez called from Tactical, breaking the momentary quiet on the bridge. "Long-range analysis of that Earth command signal is complete." Delaney rose from his chair, moving toward the tactical station. Details: signal characteristics match Earth vessel CNV-482, designated Defiant class. Transmission patterns indicate non-automated origin. Someone's reaching out specifically. Delaney studied the data scrolling across Martinez's display. The signal wasn't using standard pursuit protocols. Options: "We could maintain silence," Martinez suggested, "but they already know our general vector. If it's a trap, silence confirms we have something to hide." Commander Reed joined them, analyzing the signal patterns. "This doesn't follow pursuit fleet protocols. Those typically broadcast on multiple frequencies with automated reconnection attempts." Delaney considered their situation. The Prometheus carried over 200 Reman refugees plus his crew. One mistake could doom them all. "Chief Martinez, develop a modified response protocol. I want to answer without revealing our exact position." "Already prepared, sir." Martinez displayed a communication algorithm on screen. "This masks our coordinates while allowing two-way transmission. They'll get our message without pinpointing our location." "Implement it. Minimal information in the first exchange. Let's see what they want." 4 hours later, Delaney stood in the communications center with his senior staff as Martinez established the secure channel. "Authentication protocols active," Martinez reported. "Any deception attempts will trigger automatic disconnection." The view screen activated, revealing a face Delaney hadn't seen in 7 years. Captain Thomas Kendrick's features showed new lines of stress, but his eyes held the same determined intelligence Delaney remembered from their academy days. "James," Kendrick said, tension visibly leaving his shoulders. "Thank God it's really you." "Tom, this is unexpected." Delaney kept his tone neutral despite their history. "Your transmission suggests you're not here on official business." Kendrick nodded. "The Defiant broke formation with the pursuit fleet 3 days ago. I reviewed the complete Reman rescue logs. Earth Command's decision to return refugees to Voraxian custody violates everything the service stands for." "That's treason by current regulations," Reed noted. "Your entire crew went along with this." "All 38 unanimously," Kendrick replied. "We're fugitives now, same as you." Delaney studied his old classmate's face for deception but found only exhaustion and grit. "What exactly are you proposing, Tom?" "Rendezvous. We're carrying medical supplies and replacement parts compatible with Prometheus systems. According to your original manifest, you left Kepler 186 without standard resupply." Martinez glanced at Delaney. "Sir, those supplies would address critical shortages in medical and engineering." "Doctor," Aney nodded. "If we agree to this meeting, what assurance do we have you're not leading the pursuit fleet to our position?" "Full access to our navigation logs and communication records," Kendrick offered immediately. "Run whatever verification you need. We've cut all ties with Earth Command. Send coordinates for your proposed rendezvous, Dr. Oint, Delaney instructed. We'll analyze your approach vector and contact you with our decision. After ending the transmission, Delaney turned to his officers. Thoughts? It could be elaborate bait, Martinez warned. The Defiant carries quantum transponders that could be tracking us. But those supplies, Dr. Wells interjected. The radiation treatment protocols for the remans require components we're critically short on. Reed crossed her arms. We verify first, trust second. Agreed, Delaney said. Begin authentication procedures. If they check out, we'll arrange rendezvous at the next navigation node. In Medical Bay, Alan sat perfectly still as Dr. Wells completed another scan. The crystalline patterns had spread across 60% of his visible skin, glowing with subtle blue-white light that pulsed in rhythm with the ship's systems. Any discomfort? Wells asked, studying the results. No, the opposite. Alan flexed his fingers, watching light patterns flow beneath his skin. I feel integrated, connected. Wells nodded. The treatments developed with Valak have stabilized the transformation. Your vital systems show remarkable efficiency. I can sense the ship's functions. Alan closed his eyes. Navigation systems, power distribution, life support, they're like extensions of my body now. Your consciousness exists partially within the crystal matrix, Wells explained. Your brain activity shows simultaneous processing in both your physical form and the ship systems. Still human? Alan asked quietly. Wells set down his scanner. Your personality markers and core memories remain intact. You're still you, Alan, just expanded. Alan stood, crystal patterns brightening slightly with his movement. The captain needs me on the bridge. Final preparations for the navigation network transit require direct interface. One moment. Wells handed him a small device. This monitor will alert me to any destabilization in your neural patterns. First sign of problems, I'll contact you immediately, Alan assured him, attaching the device to his wrist. As he left medical, Alan felt the crystal systems throughout the ship responding to his proximity. Doors opened before he reached them. Environmental settings adjusted automatically to his preferences. The ship wasn't just machinery anymore, it felt alive, connected to his thoughts. Engineering thrummed with activity as Chief Tanaka directed final propulsion modifications. 72 hours of continuous work had transformed the drive systems from conventional tech to a hybrid integration of Earth and Archiver design. Power efficiency increased by 38%, Tanaka reported as Delaney entered. The materials from the way station provided exactly what we needed. Delaney examined the modified systems. Crystal structures now intertwined with traditional components, creating something entirely new. Will it hold for one more navigation network transit? He asked. Better than before, Tanaka confirmed. The hybrid system distributes energy more effectively than either original design. We could probably make 2 jumps if necessary. Let's hope that won't be needed. Dr. Aney surveyed the engineering team, noting their exhaustion after 3 days of constant work. Outstanding job, everyone. Get some rest while you can. As he turned to leave, Tanaka added, Captain, something else you should know. These crystal components they're replicating. Explain. Slowly growing, integrating with our systems in ways we didn't program. Tanaka displayed diagnostic readings. It's not dangerous, actually improves functionality, but the technology seems partly biological. It's adapting to our needs. Like Alan, Delaney murmured. Exactly like Alan. The ship is evolving, Captain. In the converted cargo bay serving as the Refugee Medical Center, Dr. Wells injected the new treatment compound into Zara's arm. Dylan sat beside her, holding her hand as the medication entered her system. This contains elements isolated from Alan's transformed tissues, Wells explained. His cells developed unique radiation-neutralizing properties during the integration process. Zara watched the injection site. The pain is already decreasing. The compound targets cellular damage at the molecular level, Wells continued. Early tests show complete reversal of radiation effects in most subjects. Dylan squeezed Zara's hand. How are you feeling otherwise since our treatment? Clearer, she answered. I still sense your emotions, but they're distinct from mine now, a connection rather than a merging. Wells nodded approvingly. The neural boundary therapy worked perfectly. You maintain communication benefits without identity confusion. It helps with the refugees, Dylan said. We coordinate better now that we're not constantly sorting through each other's thoughts. Zara's skin, previously marked with radiation scarring, showed visible improvement as the treatment circulated. When will the archivers awaken? The first pod is advancing quickest, Wells replied. Second scholar Naria should regain consciousness within 7 days. Just in time for our arrival at Genesis Sanctuary, Dylan noted. On the bridge, Delaney studied the long-range sensor display showing the coordinates of their destination. 3 planets orbited a star with unusual emission properties that rendered it nearly invisible to standard detection systems. The star's spectrum explains how this system remained undiscovered, the science officer explained. It emits primarily in frequencies absorbed by interstellar dust, perfect natural camouflage. And the second planet? Delaney asked. Remarkable similarity to pre-destruction Riemann homeworld conditions. Atmosphere, gravity, temperature ranges all within 5% variance. Valak approached, light patterns flowing across specialized organs in its neck. Genesis Sanctuary was specifically engineered for Riemann physiology. The archivers created perfect refuge. Lieutenant Park entered the bridge, presenting his tactical assessment on a datapad. Captain, we've identified 3 persistent threats to mission completion. Delaney reviewed the information. Summarize. First, Voraxian hunter-killer group. Despite our navigation transit, they'll eventually calculate our trajectory from debris trail analysis. Second, Earth Command has distributed our identification signature throughout the sector. Trading outposts are offering bounties for location information. And third, Centauri Confederation deployed tracking vessels with specialized detection capability for our crystal propulsion radiation signature. 6 vessels confirmed in adjacent sectors. Delaney absorbed this information grimly. Status of Martinez's defensive modifications. Crystal reinforced hull plating now covers 80% of critical sections, Park reported. Impact energy distributes throughout structure instead of concentrating at contact points. Effective protection doubled against conventional weapons, but not specialized Voraxian armaments, Delaney noted. Correct. Their capture-refocused weaponry might still penetrate our defenses. A communication alert sounded, interrupting their discussion. Captain, the communications officer called. Authentication protocols complete on the Defiant transmission. Identity verified with 98% certainty. Their proposed rendezvous coordinates. At the next navigation node, exactly where we planned our final transit. They've transmitted their full approach vector and communication logs as promised. Delaney nodded. Send confirmation with minimal navigational data. Provide only what they need to reach the rendezvous point. He turned back to the tactical display. The path to Genesis Sanctuary lay open before them, with one final navigation network transit required after meeting the Defiant. Lieutenant Commander Allen, status of navigation systems. Allen stepped forward, crystalline patterns brightening across his skin. Fully charged and ready. The final transit coordinates are aligned with Genesis Sanctuary's position. Excellent. We'll hold position at the node coordinates until the Defiant arrives, then complete the final jump together. 12 hours later, Martinez's voice cut through the routine bridge operations. Captain, long-range sensors detecting approaching vessel. It's the Defiant, sir, but they're 12 hours ahead of schedule. Delaney moved quickly to the sensor display. Why the acceleration? Unknown, but they're pushing well beyond safety parameters for their engine type. The tactical officer interrupted. Additional contacts at extreme sensor range. 4 Voraxian vessels and 2 Earth command cruisers in pursuit formation. Incoming emergency transmission from the Defiant, communications reported. Captain Kendrick's face appeared on screen, his bridge visibly damaged behind him. Prometheus, we've been compromised. Pursuit fleet tracked our course despite stealth precautions. They'll reach weapons range in 40 minutes. How? Delaney demanded. Unknown. Possibly quantum resonance trace from our last resupply. We've sustained engine damage pushing past tolerances. Speed reduced by 30%. The tactical implications hit Delaney immediately. The Defiant couldn't reach them before the pursuit fleet entered weapons range. Their clean escape plan had just collapsed. Can you still make the rendezvous point? Delaney asked. Negative, not before they catch us. Kendrick's expression hardened. You need to activate your navigation network now. We'll try to hold them off. Delaney turned to Martinez. Combat assessment if we engage the pursuit fleet. 6 against 1, sir. Even with our modifications, we'd sustain critical damage before the Defiant reaches us. And if we open the navigation gateway early, Allen shook his head. The resonance corridor requires precise positioning. If the Defiant isn't within the harmonic field when we transit, they'll be left behind. Delaney studied the tactical display, calculating distances and times. The Defiant carried supplies they desperately needed. More importantly, 38 Earth crew had risked everything to help them. All hands to battle stations, Delaney ordered. Lieutenant Commander Allen, prepare for immediate transit but hold until my command. The alert klaxon sounded throughout the ship. Crew members rushed to combat positions as shield systems activated. Sir, Martinez said quietly, the remanned refugees. I know. Delaney's expression remained steady. We'll need a fighting solution. Calculate an intercept course for the Defiant. Let's see if we can extend our defensive perimeter to cover their approach. As the Prometheus powered up its weapons systems, Delaney watched the pursuing fleet drawing closer on the tactical display. The final leg of their journey to Genesis Sanctuary had just become a combat operation. All hands brace for combat maneuvers, Delaney announced, his voice steady despite the tactical display showing overwhelming odds. Martinez, deploy modified sensor drones in screen formation between us and the Defiant. Deploying drones now, Captain, Martinez responded, fingers dancing across the tactical console. The ship's automated systems launched 12 modified drones, each containing salvaged archiver technology from the way station. They spread out in a protective screen, positioning themselves in the space between the damaged Defiant and its pursuers. Drones in position, activating distortion fields, Martinez reported. On the screen, the drones began emitting pulses of energy that rippled through space. The effect was immediate. The first volley of weapons fire from the Voraxian vessels scattered wildly, missing their intended targets. Activate crystal reinforced hull plating, Delaney ordered. Divert auxiliary power to defensive systems. Martinez nodded, initiating the sequence. Hull plating active, Captain. Energy surged through the newly integrated defense system. The Prometheus shimmered as crystalline patterns of energy remarkably similar to those visible on Allen's skin rippled across its hull. Weapons control, establish firing solutions, Martinez instructed his team. Target weapons and propulsion systems only. Many aboard those Earth command cruisers are following orders, not conviction. Allen stepped forward, the crystalline patterns on his skin pulsing with increasing brightness. Captain, I can interface directly with the navigation network while supporting our defensive systems. Do it, Delaney confirmed. Allen placed his hands on the navigation console. His eyes closed as the crystal structures across his skin brightened. The ship systems responded immediately, power distribution optimizing throughout the vessel. Remarkable, Martinez whispered, watching the defensive readout stabilize. He's balancing power demands across all systems simultaneously. Navigation gateway primed and ready, Allen reported, eyes still closed. I'm maintaining resonance for immediate transit while diverting crystal energy to reinforce our shields. Delaney turned to the helm. Set intercept course for the Defiant. Position us between them and the pursuit fleet. Course plotted, executing now, the helm officer responded. The Prometheus surged forward, accelerating toward the damaged Earth vessel. Behind them, the pursuing fleet adjusted course to maintain their attack vector. Tanaka to bridge, the chief engineer's voice came over the comm. We're reconfiguring the shuttle bay magnetic containment fields to accommodate the Defiant's profile. Understood, Delaney responded. Time estimate: 7 minutes to complete modifications. We're creating a stable transfer corridor for their personnel and Dr. Peeplies. On the screen, the Defiant grew larger, its hull scarred with weapons impacts. Behind it, the pursuing vessels increased speed, closing the distance rapidly. Incoming fire. Voraxian vessels in weapons range, Martinez warned. Divert all available power to forward shields, Delaney ordered. The first barrage struck the Prometheus head-on. Instead of concentrated damage at the impact points, the crystal-enhanced defensive system distributed the energy throughout the reinforced hull structure. The ship shuddered but held position. Shields holding at 87%, Martinez reported, surprised. The crystal reinforcement is working exactly as theorized. In medical, Dr. Wells organized his team with practiced efficiency. Convert cargo bays 3 and 4 to additional treatment areas. Prepare triage stations near the shuttle bay. We'll likely have casualties coming in soon. A group of remanned medical specialists approached. We wish to assist, their leader stated. Our techniques may complement yours. Wells nodded. Integrate your teams with ours. We'll need every advantage today. Throughout the ship, Dylan and Zara moved with purpose, their neural patterns partially synchronized. They relayed critical information between departments despite battle damage affecting conventional communication systems. The drone field requires adjustment, Dylan said, sensing the information through their unique connection. The Voraxians are adapting their targeting algorithms. Zara nodded. I've already sent the recalibration data to Martinez. In engineering, they established a backup command center, coordinating with Tanaka's team as they prepared for the Defiant's arrival. On the bridge, the tactical display updated with alarming information. Captain, the Defiant's taken additional damage, Martinez reported. Port engine array and lateral stabilizers failing. They're having trouble maintaining their approach vector. Transmit corrected approach calculations, Delaney ordered. Extend our shields to create a protective envelope. We need to cover their final approach. The Prometheus's crystal-enhanced shield stretched outward, creating a bubble of protection that reached toward the approaching vessel. The pursuing fleet is changing formation, the tactical officer warned. Earth Command cruisers breaking off to approach from opposing vectors. They're attempting to surround us. Delaney analyzed the tactical display, calculating times and distances. They'll have us encircled in less than 15 minutes. He turned to Allen. Begin resonance gateway generation. Calculate coordinates to accommodate both vessels. Allen nodded, the crystalline patterns on his skin pulsing in rhythm with the ship's systems. Initiating gateway sequence. The Defiant limped toward them, trailing debris and venting atmosphere from multiple hull breaches. Its defensive systems had failed completely under the sustained assault. They're entering our protective envelope, Martinez confirmed. Shuttle bay modifications complete. They're on final approach to docking position. The Defiant's damaged form loomed large in the viewscreen as it maneuvered toward the modified shuttle bay. Metal groaned as the magnetic containment fields engaged, creating a pressurized transfer corridor between the vessels. Transfer corridor established, Tanaka reported. beginning emergency transfer protocols. Minutes later, Captain Kendrick led the first team aboard the Prometheus, carrying critical supplies. His uniform was scorched, his face streaked with soot. "Captain Delaney," he greeted. "We've brought the medical supplies and engineering components as promised. We also have 7 civilian specialists who defected from Earth Central Science Divi's doctor. They've requested asylum." "What's their specialty?" Delaney asked. "Crystal technology research, similar to what you've developed. Earth Command planned to weaponize their work." Before Delaney could respond, a tremendous impact rocked both ships. Alarms blared throughout the Prometheus. "Direct hit at the connection point," Martinez shouted. Transfer corridor partially collapsed. The deck beneath them buckled. A support beam crashed down, striking Kendrick in the chest. He collapsed, blood spreading across his uniform. "Medical emergency on Deck 4." Delaney shouted into his comm as he knelt beside the injured captain. Martinez led an emergency team to stabilize the core doctor, while Dr. Wells arrived with a trauma kit. The medical team worked quickly, stabilizing Kendrick and evacuating other injured personnel. "Engineering to bridge," Tanaka's voice came through, strained with urgency. "The structural damage is extensive. We can't completely separate the vessels without risking catastrophic failure of both hulls." Delaney exchanged glances with Allen. "Can we make the transit with both ships connected?" Allen's expression was grim. "It's never been attempted. The mass distribution will be irregular, but I believe it's possible." "Gateway status. 87% stability," Allen reported. "Sufficient for transit, but with increased risk given our configuration." Dr. Wells looked up from treating Kendrick. "His condition is stable but critical. He needs surgery." Kendrick grabbed Delaney's arm with surprising strength. "Do it," he gasped. "Make the jump. Too many people risked everything for this mission." Delaney nodded, decision made. "Allen, initiate final gateway generation." Allen returned to the navigation console, his crystalline skin patterns pulsing rapidly as he connected with the ship systems. Ahead of the join vessels, space itself began to distort as the massive energy vortex formed. "Pursuing fleet launching final barrage," Martinez warned. "Multiple missiles incoming." Impacts rocked both vessels as they began moving toward the gateway. Systems failed across multiple decks, emergency backups engaging automatically. Sentinel Keeper Valak approached Allen, light patterns flowing across its neck. "Allow me to assist with navigational calculations. The irregular mass distribution requires compensation." Together, they adjusted the resonance pattern, stabilizing the gateway as the joined ships approached. "Transit sequence initiated," Allen announced, his voice strained with concentration. The crystalline resonance gateway engulfed both ships, surrounding them with swirling energy. Several pursuing vessels attempted to follow despite the dangerous fluctuations surrounding the corridor. The transit hit with greater force than previous jumps. The structural connection between the ships groaned under the strain. Power systems failed throughout both vessels, plunging sections into darkness. "Maintaining minimal control," Allen reported, his voice eerily calm despite the chaos. "Gateway transition at 70%. Engineering teams worked frantically, implementing emergency workarounds to maintain life support and navigational control despite cascading failures. The disorientation of transit seemed to last forever. Then, abruptly, stars reappeared on the monitor. "Transit complete," Allen announced, slumping slightly with exhaustion. "Sensors confirm we've arrived at the outer boundary of the Genesis Sanctuary system." On the screen, a star glowed with the distinctive emission spectrum they had identified in their long-range scans. The second planet was visible as a blue-green jewel against the blackness of space. They had made it. The Prometheus and Defiant had completed their incredible journey, reaching the sanctuary prepared millennia ago for the preservation of remanned civilization. But their celebration was short-lived. Critical structural failure at connection points. Tanaka reported, his voice urgent. We have less than 2 hours before catastrophic hull breach occurs. We need to implement controlled separation immediately. As if responding to their arrival, long-range sensors detected activity throughout the system. Ancient defense platforms activated, scanning beams sweeping across both vessels. Archiver recognition protocols, Valak explained. They require authentication to distinguish between authorized arrivals and potential threats. The archiver transmitted authentication codes, but the defense systems remained partially active. Complete authorization requires remanned genetic verification, Valak explained. The system must confirm they are the intended beneficiaries. Meanwhile, in the medical bay, the stasis pod containing Second Scholar Nyria showed increased activation patterns, the revival process accelerating far ahead of schedule. The Prometheus and Defiant, still connected and badly damaged, continued their approach to Genesis Sanctuary, a final sanctuary that seemed both welcoming and threatening as ancient systems awakened around them. Emergency separation protocols initiated. Tanaka announced as engineering teams worked frantically to detach the vessels before structural failure became inevitable. Carefully coordinated explosive bolts fired along the damaged connection points, severing the physical links between the ships. Thrusters fired automatically, pushing the vessels apart with minimal additional strain on their compromised hulls. Separation complete, Martinez confirmed. Both vessels maintaining structural integrity. For now, the viewscreen displayed both ships drifting free from each other, surrounded by the ancient defense platforms that continued their scanning patterns. The Defiant listed to port, its damaged systems unable to maintain proper at Dr. Yude control. Ancient defense systems are still evaluating us, Allen reported, fingers working across his console as crystalline patterns pulsed beneath his skin. They recognize the archiver genetic markers but remain in verification mode. Valak stepped forward. I will transmit the full authentication codes. The Sentinel Keeper connected directly to the communications array, light patterns cascading across its body as it communicated with the ancient systems. The defense platforms responded immediately, their scanning beams shifting from red to blue. Defense systems now in passive monitoring mode, Allen confirmed. Landing coordinates are being transmitted. Medical alerts chimed throughout the bridge. Dr. Wells' voice came through the comm. Bridge, we need to get these people planetside immediately. The stasis pod containing Second Scholar Nyria has completed its revival sequence ahead of schedule, and her vital signs indicate she requires specialized care. Understood, Delaney responded. Helm, take us in. Follow the designated approach vector. Both ships began their descent toward the blue-green world below. The Prometheus maintained a steady course while the Defiant struggled to follow, its compromised systems barely maintaining control. Captain, Martinez called. Sensors detect massive artificial structures across the planet's surface. The largest concentration appears to be near our designated landing zone. As they pierced the cloud layer, the world revealed itself. Sprawling crystalline structures nestled within lush landscapes, architectural marvels that seemed to grow from the planet itself. Landing platforms extended from central facilities, each large enough to accommodate vessels twice the size of the Prometheus. Incoming transmission from the surface, Allen reported. A holographic projection appeared on the bridge, displaying a figure similar to Valak but with more elaborate markings and attire. The figure bowed formally. Greetings, travelers. I am Custodian Prime Th Dr. X. Genesis Sanctuary welcomes the return of our remanned brethren and the humans who have made this reunion possible. Delaney stepped forward. I am Captain Jonathan Delaney of the Prometheus. We come seeking refuge and medical assistance. All has been prepared, Therx responded. The sanctuary has awaited this day for over 6,000 years. 3 days later, Captain Dr. Laney led the first official delegation from the Prometheus onto the surface of Genesis Sanctuary. His boots touched soil specifically engineered for Reman physiology, the ground slightly springier than Earth normal. Behind him came the senior staff and representatives from both vessels, including the recently stabilized Captain Kendrick supported by Dr. Wells. "The air smells different," Martinez observed, taking a deep breath. "Sweeter somehow." "The atmosphere has been calibrated to optimal Reman parameters," Valak explained, walking with reverent posture. "All aspects of this world were designed for their comfort and health." Second Scholar Nyria moved slowly beside them, her recovery proceeding rapidly under the care of both Dr. Wells and the automated medical systems of the sanctuary. Her multifaceted eyes took in the world her ancestors had described in ancient texts. "I never truly believed it existed," she said quietly. "A world prepared for us, waiting all this time." Before them stretched a massive landing platform connecting to a structure that appeared to be a reception facility. The building's architecture blended seamlessly with the natural landscape crystalline spires rising from foundations partially embedded in the planet's surface. Sunlight refracted through the structures, casting prismatic patterns across the approach path. As they neared the main entrance, doors slid open automatically, responding to the genetic markers present in both the archivers and remans. Inside stood 12 figures in formal attire, arranged in a ceremonial pattern that Valak and Nyria immediately recognized from ancient Reman texts. Custodian Prime Therk stepped forward from the center position, his hands forming a ritual gesture. "Welcome to Genesis Sanctuary," he said, his voice resonant in the crystalline chamber. "My lineage has maintained this refuge for over 6,000 years, fulfilling the ancient commitment to provide sanctuary when the predicted Reman catastrophe eventually occurred." Zara stepped forward, her hand trembling slightly as she presented the memory crystal containing Elder Kevin's consciousness patterns. "We bring the wisdom of our elders and the hope of our children." Therx accepted the crystal with reverence. "The circle is complete, the promise fulfilled." He gestured for them to follow. "There is much to show you." The delegation proceeded through halls of impossible beauty-living architecture that responded to their presence, adjusting lighting and environmental conditions as they passed. The archiver attendants moved with fluid grace, explaining systems and technologies beyond human comprehension. Therx led them to a central chamber dominated by a massive crystalline structure, similar to the formation found in the underground facility on RS-471, but vastly larger and more complex. "The ancestral matrix," Therx identified it, "contains the accumulated knowledge and partial consciousness patterns of generations of archivers who dedicated their lives to preserving Reman cultural heritage." The matrix pulsed Doctor. Energy as Zara approached, responding to the genetic markers contained in Elder Kevin's memory crystal she carried. "It recognizes you," Therx explained. "The matrix contains the memory patterns of your ancestors, preserved against the day of your return." Alan stepped closer, drawn by an inexplicable connection. The crystalline patterns on his skin synchronized with the matrix's pulsations, creating a harmonic resonance that filled the chamber. "Remarkable," Therx observed. "Your integration with our technology is unprecedented." "It was accidental," Alan Doctor laned. "An emergency measure during our escape." "Perhaps not so accidental," Therx suggested. "The patterns of probability sometimes guide events toward necessary outcomes." Dr. Wells approached with medical scans active. "These facilities they help our injured. We have severe radiation cases." "Indeed," Therx confirmed. The medical sectors contain genetic restoration chambers designed specifically for Reman physiology. The radiation damage can be completely reversed. Wells' eyes widened. "Completely? That's beyond our capabilities." "You may establish a medical coordination center immediately," Therx offered. Our specialists will assist in transferring your patients. Captain Kendrick stepped forward, his movements still pained despite Dr. Wells' treatments. My vessel, the Defiant, suffered catastrophic damage during our approach. Main power systems have failed completely, and hull integrity is compromised across multiple decks. I formally request permission to transfer my crew to the Prometheus until repairs can be completed, Kendrick continued, the formal request clearly difficult for him. Granted without hesitation, Delaney responded immediately. We'll dispatch transport vehicles to retrieve your remaining personnel. Therx gestured to several archivers who immediately moved to implement the request. Our transport craft are at your disposal. We can also begin assessment of your vessels for repair. As the groups divided to address immediate needs, Dylan and Zara found themselves drawn to the ancestral matrix. Their unique neural connection allowed them to perceive patterns invisible to other swaths of information flowing through the crystalline structure like tides of consciousness. It's alive, Zara whispered. Not just a storage system. It's watching us, Dylan agreed. Evaluating. The matrix pulsed in response to their observation, almost as if acknowledging their insight. Martinez consulted a portable scanner. Captain, these defense systems are incredible. Multiple layers of protection from stellar camouflage to automated platforms. There's even some kind of quantum displacement capability that could shift the entire system slightly out of phase with normal spacetime. Could Earth Command or the Voraxians find us here? Delaney asked. Highly improbable, Therx answered. These defenses have successfully protected Genesis Sanctuary for thousands of years. Your pursuers lack the technology to detect us, let alone breach our protections. Chief Engineer Tanaka joined them after completing his initial assessment. Captain, both ships need extensive repairs. The Prometheus has repairable damage, but the Defiant. He shook his head. Over 60% structural damage. Power systems beyond conventional repair. We can assist with both vessels, Therx offered. Our manufacturing facilities can produce any components you require. For the Defiant, we propose integration of crystal technology similar to your modifications. We can effectively rebuild its core functionality using archiver principles. Delaney nodded. Begin repairs immediately. Priority to life support and defensive systems. As the delegation continued their tour, they encountered agricultural centers producing food specifically tailored to reman nutritional needs, residential areas that could be customized to individual preferences, and the massive terraforming complex that had spent millennia gradually adjusting the planet's ecosystem. All this, Delaney marveled, waiting for thousands of years. The archivers understood patience, Valak explained. They saw the future unfold across millennia, not years. Therx led them to an observation platform overlooking a valley where thousands of residential structures stood ready for occupancy. Genesis Sanctuary can support up to 20,000 remans in its current configuration, with expansion possible as needed. We have less than 800 survivors, Nyria said, her voice tight with emotion. Then they shall have space to grow, Therx replied simply. The sanctuary will protect them until they flourish once more. The stasis pods containing the remaining 2 archivers completed their revival sequence that evening. Guide Explorer Laren and Systems Architect Vidal joined the group, bringing crucial knowledge about other archiver outposts throughout the galaxy. Genesis Sanctuary is one of 7 continuation nodes established before our main civilization entered hibernation, Vidal explained. Each serves a spec-DRC purpose. A network, Delaney realized. Your people didn't vanish these scattered strategically. Precisely, Laren confirmed. We preserved knowledge and biological diversity across multiple locations, ensuring no single catastrophe could erase our legacy. 3 days later, Captain Delaney established temporary command operations in a structure adjacent to the main reception facility. The immediate crisis had passed, All personnel from both ships were now safely housed in sanctuary facilities. Medical treatments were proceeding with remarkable results, and repair operations had begun on both vessels. "We've answered the distress call," Delaney told his assembled senior staff. "Now we must decide what comes next. For the remans, this is clearly home," Dr. Wells observed. "The medical facilities alone are beyond anything we could provide elsewhere. But what about us?" Martinez asked. "Earth Command branded us traitors. Even with these defenses, we can't hide forever." Allen, his condition remarkably stabilized by exposure to the ancestral matrix, spoke up. "Perhaps we're asking the wrong question. Instead of where we go from here, maybe we should consider what we build here." Delaney looked out the window at the groups of humans, remans, and archivers working together across the settlement. "Something new," he said quietly. "Something better than what we left behind."